Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Thursday, February the 23rd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses and let me know if you can hear me and see my screen. That will help me. And good morning, Real. Yeah, nice to see you again. All right, everybody. Lots happening, lots of earnings plays, et cetera, et cetera. So right now the market's in for a pop to start off with anyway. I'm looking at the overall market conditions. So we're in for a bit of a positive open. So let's take a look at what's happening here. So right at the top of the list is OCEA. OCEA. Don't see any news on this one. This is recent listing last week. Started trading last week as OCEA. Yesterday's high was 638. So what did it get to this morning? Got up to 688. So it broke right through yesterday's high, all-time high for this. This probably was a SPAC just based on this price, but not 100% sure of that. Let me just do a quick look on the news. Maybe not. Yeah, no, it was yeah, Healthcare Acquisition Corp. Okay, so it was a SPAC. NVIDIA, big earnings release after hours yesterday. NVIDIA, NVDA, big gap up, further gapping up. Some lofty price targets put on it. Goldman Sachs, I think, put a, what was it, 270? And Jefferies, 300. So Craig Hallam, let's see what they've done. Craig Hallam. Wait a minute, guys. You're a little behind the times. Raises price target to 190. That's an embarrassment. ENVX, ENVX, ENVX. Another earnings play. Let's see, is it holding its gap? Not bad. Holding its gap. Another earnings play. Nice 17% pop so far. Got some room, guys. I mean, look at the ENVX. I mean, that's got a ton of room. Next high looking left is 1293. So, I mean, it's got the room to run if it wants to. No chart resistance on the daily. Lucid, LCID, a gap down for it on earnings. eBay, a gap down on earnings. eBay, a gap down on earnings. I'm getting relatively close to that 200-day. 44.24, so it's about $1 away from the 200-day moving average. NVDS. This is an all-time low, gap down. I don't see any specific reason for it. It doesn't appear to be. I don't know exactly what these guys do. Investment Manager Series Trust. Anyway, it's an all-time low though. NVDS all-time low. Now this had gapped up. I don't know if it's held this gap. GNLX. I don't know if it's held this gap. No. So gapped up to 15. I was actually looking at this to see if I could short this, but there were no shorts available at Interactive Brokers. Still up 11%, but man, this was way up here when it was up at 15. MGNI, another earnings play. MGNI, another earnings play. Gapping down. Yeti. Yeti is another earnings play, gapping down. So if you look at the weekly chart, the next low on the weekly chart is 29.41-ish. So this has got some room on the weekly chart to keep moving down, and that is Yeti, YETI. OCEA continues to make pre-market highs. Wayfair getting hammered here. W getting really hammered here. Look at this. Wayfair down 10%. W. right, oh, underneath that 200-day moving average. 46.96, yes, well under it now. Next low looking left for Wayfair is 41.43. Listen, this is the one that some analysts really piled into this one. Right around here, got all the way up to $74. Well, when I say piled in, I think they put some really lofty price targets on it. So they're certainly wrong short term anyway. Etsy, ETSY, another earnings play. I think this is gapped up on earnings. Has it held its gap? Yes, it has held its gap. Must be very poor guidance, William. Must be. LNTH, this did not have very much volume. LNTH, not very much volume when I was looking at it. Yeah, volume has picked up a little bit, but it is an earnings play. Breaking like right through that 200-day moving average. The next high looking left on the weekly is 75.52. So it's got some room on the weekly chart, and that is LNTH, but not very much volume yet. It's a big, yeah, adjusted EPS 137 beats the 96 cent estimate. BBWI. Now we have earnings after hours, but they have released, let's say, yeah, we have earnings after hours, but they actually released. So I don't know if that was a change. And that is Bath and Body Works getting close to the 200-day also. Run just snuck in while I was opening the room. RUN. And this is an earnings play. Okay, so their price target has been cut from 70 down to 49 by Oppenheimer. Still high compared to its current price. This had no volume when I first looked at it. TMDX had no volume really. Yeah, this is an earnings play, and it's an all-time high, but there's just no volume yet. That is TMDX, an all-time high at the big move after hours, and it's held its gap. Gotta check to see if OCEA, I don't think it is. I don't think it's shortable. Interactive Brokers, not yet anyway. Yeah, it's not shortable. Not that I want to short it yet, but getting close to that pre-market high, 688. So it's 638 was yesterday's high, so it's above that. Before that, 755. So the next high is 755 on the daily chart. And this is the reason, as people have been posting. And there are a lot of other earnings plays, guys. I just haven't gone over them all. Band is another one, BAND. Band is another earnings play. But when I looked at the volume, wasn't very good, and it still isn't. But once the market opens, the volume will come in. 1887 is the 200-day moving average for band. Meanwhile, I'm hearing AI again. AI. Moving higher here. High yesterday was 25.29. Couple other little AI plays, of course, the BBAI and SOUN. They're active this morning also, SOUN. Couple little AI plays. This is maybe interesting, guys. SOUN, it's breaking out of a little cluster on the daily chart. The next high looking left is 495. So it's got some room. Just have some room. And that's SOUN. Yeah, I think Yeti's the one that I said had a lot of room on the weekly. Yeah, look at the weekly chart. So the next low is 29.62 on the weekly chart for Yeti, YETI earnings play. Not very much volume yet. It'll pick up. All right, guys, 9:11. Let me do a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. Give me a moment, okay? Okay, guys, sorry about that. Just give me a moment as I get these upgrades and downgrades. All right, well, the lists are getting a little more close together in terms of the number. So don't have quite as many more downgrades as upgrades. Give me a moment. FTI guys on the move. FTI, I'm hearing FTI, TechNip. 2-year high now, 2-year high for FTI. Just one moment, please. All right, guys, give me some of these upgrades and downgrades in. Ooh. HDN upgraded, had earnings. AI continues to be on the move, guys. AI continues to be on the move. I hear making new highs in the pre-market. We got several downgrades for this one. Haven't even seen this one. I'm going to take a look at this one. GRPH. I don't see this one. Is it an earnings play? It's not an earnings play. GRPH. Oh, it's a cheap one. I don't know why they're piling into this one. But I see three downgrades for GRPH. There's the downgrade for Lucid. Two downgrades for Lucid, LCID. All right, guys, let's see now. Get this in the main room. Didn't mention this one, VIPS. This is an earnings play, also China earnings play, VIPS retailer. Uh, Probably because it just looks like it's coming into some resistance. So this might turn into a short, depending how it acts once this market opens. It's a big float, half a billion in the float. Did Overstock have their earnings yesterday? OSTK? No. Well, had earnings on the 22nd. Yes. Yeah. So they had earnings yesterday, but knocked down a bit, not a bit, got knocked down. Closed above the open of yesterday, but that's about the best you can say for it. OSTK. Yeah, I can't answer that question right now. Things are doing in Hawaii. Okay, you're gonna have to. I have too much pre-market work going on. Maybe around 10 o'clock I can help. Okay, guys, let me take a look at the sectors. Okay. So from the toolbar, click on New and then Show More. Well, New and then Dock Channel Bar and then Show More. And now let's take a look at the sectors and see what's happening. Okay, so yes, we're in for a positive open. So as expected, most of the sectors are all positive. So what we're seeing here, so XLE, that is the main ETF for the energy sector. So when you see 100% in green, that means that every single stock that makes up XLE is above yesterday's close. That's what that means. So again, when you look at all the rest of the sectors, they're all very positive. XLK, 96%. Communication is not quite as positive. Actually, it's almost about 58%. Okay, so that is what we're looking at. That's a glimpse of what might happen today. Of course, it could all change. And as always, let's take a look at how are they performing, the major sectors performing compared to their 200-day moving average. So yesterday, here's XLE, guys. So here's XLE. Get this. Well, hard to get this here, but there, that green line right there, that is the 200-day moving average. So it just about touched it. Okay. Now with the stock, most of the stock, well, all the stocks being up from yesterday's close, we're looking at a little bit of a pop away from that 200-day, but certainly was getting close. XRT retail. Again, there's that 200-day, still quite a bit above it. XLP, this was the one that was flirting with it. XLP, yeah, you can see it's just a little bit above that 200-day moving average, XLP. Healthcare was another one that was close to it, XLV. So no longer is it, well, it's below. So this is the first one that's below the 200-day moving average, and that is healthcare, XLV, healthcare. Kept watching this, as it was drifting down day after day after day. XLI Industrials, take a look at XLI Industrials. Can't even see the 200-day. Where is it? There it is. Okay, so yeah, well above it. Financials, XLF Financials. Yeah, still well above it. Now, this is the other one. This is the other one that I thought was going to be below. This is consumer discretionary. Yes, so this is just below also. So now we've got two. We've got healthcare and consumer discretionary, just a little bit below the 200-day moving average. XLB, materials, still above it. Now let's see how communications is now. Yesterday was drifting down towards it. Yeah, it's getting closer and closer again. And then technology to bring up the last one, XLK. Yeah, so there are two now, consumer discretionary and healthcare below the 200-day moving average. Yeah, CVNA, a little pop here for CVNA, guys. Okay, 922. Okay, things to do in Hawaii. I can help you right now. Okay, so just watch what I'm doing. I'll bring up a multi-strategy window. Question is how to color it. I'm assuming you mean how to color the individual strategies. Well, let me just quickly do that. Okay, so here it is. Okay, so I've got four strategies in here: gap up and go, gap down and reverse, gap up and reverse, gap down and go. Okay, so all you do, hover over one. So first of all, left click, strategies, just hover over strategies. The alert windows will pop up. Hover over the first one, this box will pop up, and then go to colors. Now you can pick your colors. Okay, your foreground and your background. Okay, so obviously I've picked in the background, I've picked green. So this is just a palette, and just pick how you want to color coordinate it, okay? And then you just go to the next one, same thing, colors, next one, colors, next one, colors, okay? But again, you start off by right clicking, hover over strategies, hover over the first alert window. The boxes keep popping up, go down to colors, and now it's up to you to pick, okay? Okay, now I didn't really talk about this Jounce, JNCE. It might move. I mean, it's already moved 24%. A lot of volume, 8 million shares have traded. See what the announcement was. Company and RedX announced a recommended business combination. Okay, a restructuring, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. I think my problem with it is that it looks like it's getting into a lot of resistance on that daily chart. Unless it really starts to run here from here. I mean, it's got room on the weekly if it can take out, let's see, the next high would be 212. So it's got to take out 133, looks like 133, and that is JNCE. You just look at this weekly chart, you can just sort of see what's happening here. A lot of resistance in this area. Then the high is 133. Then the next high after that is around 2. Okay, guys, I'm watching. Yeah, Lucid continues to move down. Run is running a bit here. Yes, 25.51. Yeah, nice, nice. Another 50-cent pop for it. So when you look left, so there's the 200-day moving average, 27.27 up here. The next high looking left on the daily chart is 25.99. So could be some stalling right around that 26 level. This is a big float, 207 million in the float. iTub. That's from Mike, also in our YouTube room. Yeah, I usually shy away from these ones with the float, but I mean, it's no question it's moving. 4.8 billion in the float. Okay, I mean, the next high on the weekly chart is up around 6. Is I did see RCII real. Is that an earnings play? Ah, it's because there's no volume. Okay, that's why it's not wasn't making any of my scanners because there's no volume in it. Of course, it'll pick up once the market opens. Micron, MU, this is not an earnings play. Less than a minute. Thank you, William. Okay, so Micron is having a, now this might be a sympathy play, maybe with a NVDA. All right, everybody, market's going to open in about less than 30 seconds. So I'm going to get rid of this, wait for my races to start. I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a bit. So have a great trading day, everybody, as the market is going to open in about 5 seconds. And we have our first halt of the day. This is a cheap one. Wow, on the way up or down, I can't tell. Yeah, it looks like it's on the way down. ENSV, pricing of a 3.5 million. ENVX, though. ENVX. This is got the room. Mentioned this one. This has got the room. Look at that. I'm not saying it's going to get there, of course, but 1293 is the next high looking left on the daily chart. And this is an earnings play, ENVX. But it is early, guys. You know, a lot of things that happen in the first 15. So I'm going to go whip up and down, up and down. OCEA is at the pre-market high, I think. The answer is yeah, 688, 688. It got up to 688, literally right to 688. Okay, T-Doc and you just making it into the 10-day daily breakdown, guys. This is you is an earnings play, yes. T-Doc is an earnings play and it is moving down also. T-Doc is an earnings play. And it's in the 10-day daily breakdown. U is another one, again, in the 10-day daily breakdown, 3467. To me, there could be too much, not that far away, but $1 away for a potential support area for you. Whoa, FTI guys, 1482 was the alert. It's early for me though, unfortunately. It looks like this is just going to run away. This is what I'm talking about here, guys. We're getting some early 10-day daily breakdowns and up. There's the FTI alert at 1482, but it's early. But it's an earnings play and it's a big float. So, oh man, that could be, that could just keep running. All right, OCEA guys, OCEA. Yes, it is now taking out that high, 755. The little red bar ignored. And it's halted. OCEA is halted. Halted on the way up, yes. Number one on the list right here. It was a number one on the pre-market gaps. And as Real said, this could be the one. Look at the float, 7.4 million in the float. Just a minute, please. All right, guys, can FTI maybe, boy, it's just ripping here. Didn't really do that much in the pre-market. I mean, the pre-market gap wasn't that much. But boy, once this market opened, and this is an earnings play, FTI. What's having a bounce is BBBY. Sorry, BBWI. BBWI. It's having a bounce here, guys. This could go positive. BHC is another one that made it into the 10-day daily breakout. And we now are, let's see, ENSV, cheap one just opened. OCEA, let's take a look at where it could open. 784, 784. So there's your halt at 747. And it could open 784, 784. So if it's a 5-minute halt, this will open at 937 plus 46 seconds. So we'll have to wait and see. But right now, looks like it's going to gap up over the halt price. Joby, Joby, another earnings play. Didn't really see this in the pre-market. Release earnings after hours. Look at this move now for Joby through the 200-day moving average, Joby. Well, I allowed the first 15 minutes, I just don't want to trade, but look at this TDOC, 2770, 2650 now. That's on a short. You guys are a little more aggressive than I am. You could have taken that one. And you doing the same thing, 3467, 33.99 now. Now, this would be really interesting. I mean, it's about 50 cents away from what I consider some pretty good support for you. This is an earnings play. Wow, I mean, T-Doc is just getting hammered now, guys. T-Doc and you, both of these two. Well, again, I just don't like taking them in the first 15 minutes. And, I run the risk of having something just move on me and continuing to move. But, c'est la vie. Wow. 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 Well, guys, it's my wife's company, Stantec, and had earnings. And so far, it doesn't trade very much. But so far, a great reaction. This might be an all-time high. It's an all-time high now. Yes. So OCEA looks like it's going to be longer, obviously, than a lunar. What are you doing? LUNR, so on the way down. So this is going to be longer than a 5-minute halt. Ooh, boy, now we're looking at 805. Remember, it was 785, I think. So we're looking at a potential 805 open. Well, these are two killers, guys. Take T-Doc and you. If you're, again, a little more aggressive than I am. Let's see, did FTI pull back at all? Okay, FTI is actually, holding over 15. This is not halted. This is just, unfortunately, the residual from, there we go. Wow. T-Doc discontinued. So the alert was at 27.70. So that's about $2 now underneath. All right, got to take a look at FTI now and see where it could go. I have to look at the weekly chart, break it out a little bit further and see where there is some next high. So it looks like the next high on the weekly is 1520. Wow. Okay, guys. So the next high after that is 1634 on the weekly chart. So 1520 is kind of the key area to get through. Yeah, that's the high. That's the high back in March of 2020. So if it can take out 1520, then the next high in the weekly chart is 1634. So still have some room, and it is an earnings play. Now this is out of the UK, I guess. Right, here's another one that's halted. This looks like a SPAC, yeah. GGA just got halted or resumed. It says resumed here. I'm sorry, this is halted. This is halted. Yeah, my headlines from Interactive Brokers delay again. So GGAA is definitely halted. So I don't know. Maybe they've made the announcement of who they're going to merge with. Okay, OCEA looks like it's open, guys. Yeah, OCEA is now open. And again, now the all-time high is up here at 996. I'm sorry, 1393. 1393. Interesting, guys. GRPH, which had, I think, 3 downgrades this morning, is starting to run a bit here. Oh man, T-Doc just continues to get hammered here. T-Doc, TDOC, hammered. Look at BBWI. Let's see if it is actually a positive. Yes, remember I said this has the look that it's going to go positive. So tremendous recovery, $38.53 in the pre-market. Earnings play got hammered down on earnings. Bros, guys, BROS. Is this an earnings play? BROS. Is this an earnings play? This is an earnings play. Yes, this is another one that is showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown. Ah, let's see. Well, I got a little spready, the bros, but okay, I got a fill on the bros. It was a little dicey. It was just hovering around that 10%. So maybe that's why I didn't get the fill I was looking for initially, but I did get a fill on the bros to short BROS 33. What was it? 33.80, 33.90. Good one. 33.90. And this is again, this is showing up, you know, at the 10-day daily breakdown. So 33.90. I got a good fill. The spread, you got a little bit hairy on the spread here, but let's see if that ask can catch up to the bid a bit. Give me a moment, please, guys. All right, guys. Sorry about that. All right, BROS working for me. Hopefully, maybe some of you got it. OCEA, if you took that one, withstood that little pullback. Okay, OCEA, let's take a look again at the high. I think the high was 13 something, right? Yeah, 1393. So 10 will be a really interesting level. I have covered some of my bros, BROS, and the next low looking left is 3271. So, I'm always a little wary of that whole number one, and then I'm looking left, 3271. So covered some in the 3320s from 3390. Whoa, here's another one, guys. A cheap one. HOUS. Lots of action. HOUS is another cheap one. This is another earnings play. I wonder if it's shortable for me. It is shortable. Ooh, lots of shares, 6 million shares. Looking left, to me, there could be some support, not that far away. So I'm not as interested, but it's getting close to an all-time low. So what I'm going to do is just put it on alert, which looks like that will be the all-time low, 579. If it takes that out, I may hop onto a short. And OCEA just got halted again. Okay, so wow, this GGAA just wow, look at this. So we got some crazy ones going again today, but look at how many shares, guys. 72,000 shares. That's so, just be if you took this one, just be awfully, awfully careful with that. Hardly any shares. So this could just, the rug could get pulled just like that. The projected open, not really a clue. It's halted at 939, so it says 940, 940. So hard to believe it'll open at 940, but holy son of a gun. Hey, moment, guys. A little bit of excitement for the Anderson household. As some of you may know, my wife works for Stantec, had earnings after hours. It's an all-time high now. On the Canadian side, it's up $10. It doesn't trade very much. So this is really, really good for us. So I'm sorry. Gotta phone my wife. She doesn't know. She's in the car driving to work. Okay. Yeah, thanks, guys. I mean, it's that employee stock purchase plan that she's been in for years and years and years. So this is, I'll say it right on. I mean, it's excellent for us. I mean, it's amazing. Okay, now I got to try to concentrate on you guys now. Okay, Magnavox, Macrogenics, MGNX. Okay, I've got a monthly chart. Let's get back to a weekly chart. Ooh, okay. Okay. MGNX. Where could this go? So on the weekly chart, just give me a moment, guys. I'm just trying to get my bearings here. Oh, NVDS. NVDS. This is another. This is an all-time low. NVDS. All-time low. NVDS. Keeping an eye on the OCEA for a 10 break now. That'll get a lot of people excited. But NVDS. So this is what I'm talking about right there. NVDS 1979. So it's sitting right at 1979. How did Houston do? I don't think it probably, I thought it had too much resistance. Yeah, 570-ish. I love these ones, guys. All-time lows, NVDS. I have no idea what the float is. This might be one of those. Yeah, I don't quite. Yeah, this is something to do. Oh, I see. Ah, so this goes down when NVIDIA goes up. I guess that's the case, right? Yeah, so this is tied into, so when NVIDIA goes up, this goes down. So so if you're gonna play this one, you have to be watching the NVIDIA shares, obviously, NVDA. Yeah, so if in the more NVIDIA goes up, that NVDS will go down. Yeah, halted again. Now it's through 10. What a day, guys. What a day. Well, so surprised it's only won three. Well, you know why it's only won three races? Is because it's been halted for three times. So that takes 15 minutes away right there. Okay, give me a moment. Okay, guys, sorry, okay, HLMN. Let's take a look at HLMN. HLMN. See if it's doing. I got to look at NEO now. NEO. NEO. This is from the 10-day daily breakout. The breakdowns have been the one that have really worked. Take a look at ACVA. 1310 was the alert. Yeah, it looks like even though the market's up today, it looks like the breakdowns are working better for whatever reason. FPI, guys. So this is an earnings play, another earnings play. See all these earnings plays I talk about a lot before earnings season starts. These are companies that we don't talk about ever, really. FPI, who knows about this one? Okay, I mean, I know I can look at the profile, find out what they do, farmland partners, whatever, but when they have, it's these ones that are in my opinion, these are the exciting ones because they really move on their day of earnings and then they sleep for another 3 months until the next earnings season comes around. This is probably the last big week. I haven't seen this one for a while. I remember seeing this one a lot, Neogenomics. I think they did a reverse split. Maybe not. No, maybe not with that float, 120 million in the float. So they obviously did not do a reverse split. Nomad. So there's another farm. Well, I don't know if farm, but a food company. NOMD, another one moving down here. NOMD. Wow, look at the room it's got on the weekly chart. Well, 1464 is the next low on the weekly chart. If it can break through that, 13s, and that is NOMB. Not very much volume. Okay, guys, Lucid on the way down again, LCID. I have some distractions going on here. LCID, another earnings play. Maybe 8 will hold it. If that doesn't hold it, then 737 way down here on that daily chart, a couple of candles right down there. So both Lucid's moving down. How's that band doing? So many alerts here on the 10-day daily breakdown. 1871 was the alert, so it popped up. So it's still hanging in there. 1880, right at the 200-day moving average, a little bit below it. 1893 for band, BAND is the 200-day, so it's slightly below it. When we look left, what do we see? 1931, so it's below that. 1890. Well, as I'm talking, band is moving down as I'm talking. Yeah, so I'm going to have to take a pass on the NVDS. I didn't realize it was sort of the reverse of NVDA. So when NVDA goes up, this one goes down. So you've got to be paying attention to what's happening with the other one. So it's not trading on its own, in other words. So I thought, wow, an all-time low, but you got to be watching the other one. Again, band. I mean, I've seen band before, but it's not often on our radar. But it had earnings, and that's why it's moving today. And stocks will move up or down based on earnings. Usually, they're not going to be stagnant. OCA just opened. Well, the all-time high is getting close, 1393. And she's halted again. This will get halted again right now. OCA, yeah, just got halted again. Bonzo, BNSO, halted on the way down, or sorry, it resumed. And again, it's only won 4 races because it's been halted about 5 times. So that takes 5 minutes. And one of those halts was at least 10 minutes. So in 40 minutes, it's been halted probably 30 minutes of that, 30 minutes of the 40. And yet it's been able to win. That doesn't make sense. Been able to win 4 races. These are 4-minute races, 16 minutes. So it's probably been halted for about 30 minutes, 25 minutes. Boy, guys, I mean, look at Neo now, $17 on the alert, 1776 now. Band 1871 on the alert, 1831 now. Again, all to do with earnings. Okay, it's all about earnings. This is when we see stocks making the big moves up or down. ACVA, is this an earnings play? Yeah, it's another earnings play. So this one has not moved yet. So this is what I'm going to do. 1310 was the alert. So I'm going to stick a price alert around 1311 and see it later on. It takes it out. And if you want these, all you have to do is go to my homepage. I'm on the microphone. So, Boiler, you should be able to hear me. Yeah, so Boiler, just a good old Boiler from a long time ago. So you're in our Discord room. I monitor it very mildly because I've had two other rooms going, okay? So, but what I will do is put in my homepage link with all those great scans on it. Give me a moment. I'm gonna put that in the general market. Okay, guys, so if you want those scans, all you have to do is click on my homepage link. This code is not valid anymore, guys. As I said last night, 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. I'm still waiting for the guy who looks after my homepage to make the change for me. But if you want my scans, here they are, okay? Here are my scans that I'm sharing with those 10-day daily breakout and downs. I mean, there they are. This is what I use in the pre-market, actives up and down. Of course, that's for, I know we're going to get some, we always get an email. How come I didn't see OCEA in the pre-markets? Well, I don't know why you didn't, but if you use mine, you'll certainly see anything that is active in the pre-market, either up or down. That's what I'm using for years and years and years. But this is the one, this 10-day daily breakout and down. These are the ones that are giving us really all of the exciting alerts today. And halted again. So OCEA, yeah, halted again. This is, this has all the earmarks of taking out that that all-time high, 1393. I'm not saying it's going to do it, okay? I'm not saying that, but tremendous volume. But guys, look at Neo. I mean, 1807 now. Or, well, pulled back a little bit. This is the one I'm really waiting on later on. See if it takes out 1310. This is the ACVA. See if it takes out 1310. I don't know what Joby did. I think Joby, even Joby's, not terrible. Looks like, and it's an earnings play. BHC 975. What is it at right now? So it got up to 1022 from 975. Not bad. Ooh, SOUN on the way down. Look at this. Yikes. Just got clobbered here on the way down. Probably another earnings play, guys. MPW, probably another earnings play. Yeah, another earnings play. Medical Properties Trust, MPW, another earnings play. Has some room. Yes, some room. Looking left on that daily chart, 1119, 1157 right now. I mean, how good is this? I'm not in this one, unfortunately, but 1871 band, 1745 now. Through the 200-day, like nothing. Do one check here, guys. I want to see what the earnings are going to be like next week. Yeah, so we have over 600 companies releasing this week. Okay, next week we have, yeah, not bad. We have about 450. So next week we should still see a lot of activity here. I mean, think about it. Why does the stock break its 10-day, either 10-day high or low? Well, there has to be some kind of a catalyst. And all the catalysts so far, have been earnings. I don't see that high real. Maybe is that a pre-market high for OCEA? I see 1393. That's what our charts have, but it could be wrong. For OCEA, that's when it started trading as OCEA on the 15th. How many have shorts available for OCEA, guys? I know IB doesn't, Interactive Brokers doesn't. I'm not talking Centerpoint or Cobra, okay? But how about other like E-Trade or so maybe it was okay. So it started trading. Looks like it started trading as OCEA on the 15th. So was it trading on another symbol before that? $589. Well, I mean, if it moves $10. Okay, thank you, Casa. You know what is just tumbling down, guys, is SI. SI is just tumbling down here. Has some bottoming tails. It got down to 1511. Thank you, Chris. Yeah, even on the 15, it's a big bottoming tail down to 1511. That's what I was saying. The 1445 would be the next low looking left if it can get back down to 15. But SI has been very weak over the last 4 days. Oh, Well, we've got a couple of insane ones. I mean, again, the GG, at least the GG, the volume has picked up somewhat. I think when I last saw it, it was about 60,000 shares or 40,000 shares. So GGAA, so Virtue Financial takes a position in Genesis Growth. This is a SPAC. I mean, this is a SPAC. It's a blank check. Yeah. I don't see who they invest in Wilmington's minority and women's business. Oh, okay. Not a subscriber. Okay. Well, Wayfair now right at 40. Yes, right at 40. The next low looking left for Wayfair is 38.44. So that's about $1.60 to that next low. Don't understand, Casa. You mean BG? Okay, guys, there's the ACVA at that original. Oh, it came right back down. Yeah, it came right back down. I had that alert set for the, this is what I'm talking about. You know, it could go on a run. It's an earnings play. It could go on a run later. We had the alert at 1310. So I'm going to reset it. I'm going to reset that alert. 1312, I'll put it at. And see if later on it gets back up there and starts to run. It's an earnings play. Problem with it right now is I see it is the spread 12.99, 13.10. That's the bid ask right now. So it's not a great looking spread. Yeah, Nish, I don't think you can save it. I don't think the linking saves. You're going to have to do it every time. Interactive brokers, the linking is saved every time. If you, but I don't think it works. You have to do it every time. Just the general question, those of you at Thinkorswim who link with trade ideas, you have to establish the link every day, right? Yeah. So I just got a couple of threw that question out. Yeah, you have to establish it every day. Bit of a pain, but you know, what does it take? 20 seconds or something? Okay, guys, ACVA, I'm really interested now in this one. The spread is tightened a bit, 13.11, 13.14. And wow, OCEA is right. So now we're all-time high. Well, here's a situation where you are so glad you don't have shorts available. Not even going to look at the AI today. I mean, it had some horrible decisions. Wanted a short, first of all, trying to short this sort of a stock, probably not a lot of brokers, but it doesn't know that. But wanted to short OCEA at $11. What are we gonna, what are, excuse me, I wonder what I'm gonna do my video on today. And it's definitely hard to concentrate on anything else other than that one, but there are other plays out there. My wife's stock, yes, yes, yes. How about the family stock? BBWI, guys, BBWI, I think it's still positive. Yeah, not only is it still positive, look at the recovery. So it's above yesterday's high now. So that earnings release, when it got thumped down on earnings. It's funny because they released earnings after hours yesterday. So there's the mauve area on our charts. There's the after hour reaction, which really nothing, nothing. Market open though, in the pre-market, that's when it really sunk. But I mean, it just had a tremendous recovery. AI is breaking down under it looks like a pretty decent area on the 15-minute chart right here. Let me get this a little bit smaller. Yeah, this is a pretty decent break now for for AI. The next low look underneath is 2117, so it's got some room underneath. I guess NVDA must be moving higher because NVDS is moving lower, getting the grunt. That's my sound alert here. So some of these, will bounce at some point. They just are not going to keep moving down as catastrophically all day long. So there will be some bounces available in these, as well as some short. I mean, they're not going to keep moving. Look at Neo, I mean, 18 down to 17. So I just can't keep track, guys. I've got too much going on. Nanish, no. You're talking about, for instance, if you had this, you like to right click here to remove it from your symbol. No, there was no way to do that. Well, no, there is no way to do that. You go to a send. No, there isn't. You can send symbols to a symbol list from an alert window, okay, or a top list window, but you cannot delete them. You can't go right click LILA as an example, and if you had it hearted, to unheart it from here. No. Now my impression though is that if you don't want something, if you don't want to have it hearted anymore, in other words, in your my like symbol list, to me, you would be looking at the chart, no? Because you would be looking at the chart to say, you know what, I don't like this anymore based on what I'm seeing on a chart. That's what I do anyway. When I go through my like symbol list, I'm clicking on it, loading the chart, seeing, do I still like it or do I not? That's when I unheart it or keep it. Everybody's different, I get it, but that's what I do. Basically, yes, Nanesh. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name. All right, guys. Well, things have settled down finally. Yeah, this one is, I don't know about this one now, this ACVA. I will continue to put a price alert around that 1316 mark. I mean, I like the weekly, of course. Let me just back this out and take a look on the monthly. Yeah, so you can kind of see why. I mean, 1328, what did it get to today? Got the 1323. So 1328 on the monthly chart is kind of a resistance area. After that, 1570 is attainable. OCEA top now. Good grief. Look at all these. Now this is going crazy. Now this has gone crazy in the past, guys. It's actually hit $51 back in June of last year, of course. Oof, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Uh, Got some. Okay. I would look, put myself on mute there because I wanted to get this W. I know Real is talking about, I don't know if he meant that he was going to go long if it hit that 43, 40, whatever that, or 40, whatever, 40, 45, 40, 35. I just think this is a short and I was able to get some. I was lucky, it's down 20%. So the 10% or the 10% uptick rule was in effect. Where it goes now, so again, the next low looking left on that daily chart is 38.44. So I mean, it's about a dollar away from that. Oof. See, here's another one that's halted. Lion is halted. We're crazy today, guys. Look at this. Another one, Lionheart. Is this a SPAC? Yeah, it's a blank check company, so it's a SPAC going crazy also. Okay, OCEA open now. No, I know you don't take it right at the price alert, but I was wondering what was going to be interesting at that price. Was it to consider Going long from there or seeing if what would happen at that price and then shorting it from there. That's all. No, I know. You're like me. I mean, I put a price alert, doesn't mean I take the trade. I just want to know when it hits that price alert, then I can make up my mind. And of course, we're halted again now, OCEA. Well, it's so, I mean, how would one know when to take profits? You don't. I mean, Real's got these fib levels, but I mean, they broke right through all those fib levels. This is just an emotional play right now. You just have to, with that float, 7.5 million in the float, has some news that, on the surface looks pretty darn good. You just don't quite know. But at some point you have to expect that the rug is going to get pulled in a huge way. But I'm sure people thought it would happen here at 10, here at 11, here at 16, now here at 20. I mean, you just don't know. This is just a highly, highly emotional play right now. Every time it gets halted, let's see what the projection is now. Yeah, it's hard to know. I mean, 2040, so it's right at the halt price. There hasn't been one red candle on the 15. That there was one here, 9:15. Other than that, there has not been one red candle. Okay, well, W for me was just kind of a quick one, I guess. I was hoping it might get down a little bit closer to the 38.70 level, but so now on to another one. Lucid is looking, so I have to take a look at Lucid to see where there is some support, potential support. And Lucid 820, so it's, yeah, 821, 8, so I'm not interested in Lucid. Well, bit of a break for me now. So first of all, welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, welcome. Excuse me, this is the format Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and about 3:20, 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Sharing my mic live on the screen. What I'm going to do now is just put my homepage link in. Okay, boys, you're getting just a tad political and religious, okay? Just a little bit, guys, okay? You know who I'm talking about. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. Okay, so that president code is not available anymore. Okay, so you're going to have to use Barry 15. I'll put that in. This is the promo code. And it's the only software you'll ever need. That's what it says. So if you click on the link, this is how much Trade Ideas will cost. Annual premium, annual standard. So the annual premium is 2,000 less the 15%, and the standard is 1,000 less the 15% on an annual basis. You don't have to go. The big difference is the AI, which obviously made a horrible. Well, I mean, there's a stop, so it got stopped out, but wanted a short OCEA at $11. So anyway, you go monthly. Like if you don't know this program, don't hop into an annual program, an annual subscription. Try us out for a month. 118, 228, less than 15% for the first month only. Okay. Now, if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'd pay going forward, 118 and 228. If you decide you want to take on an annual, we will honor the 15%. Okay, at any time. If you do take out a subscription, please do the get started first. It'll run you through the download and install, your first startup and login, etc. It'll take about 30 minutes to go through those 10 short videos. If you're new to trading, great free resource for you, Trading 101. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. All right. So take a look at this. This is a free resource, Trading 101. I do a stock of the day video. Trade of the week, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. It's free. Education, big education section is here. Here's our user guide. Getting started. So there's that getting started. Now, if all you learn about Trade Ideas is about an alert window and a top list window, what I should be saying is that you should know what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and about the stock racing. Obviously, there's more information in the guide. You probably want to learn how to put a price alert on a chart, but understand what the alert windows are all about, top lists, and the stock racing. I'll show you what the stock racing is. You've got 4 videos that explain it in a lot of detail. Plus, these are all clickable: race startup, race configuration, etc. I'm sharing the 2 races that you see here. There's that getting started again. Daily support. So today is Thursday. So it should be Steve Gomez in our YouTube room. I take a break between 12 and 1. And one of the other traders takes over, and that'll be Steve today. Before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube links in to the rooms. Just give me one moment, please. Okay, guys. So the daily support. So again, before I take my break, I will put those the YouTube links in to our Discord and our pro rooms. Okay. Here's the free trading room. More educational videos about trade ideas. And last but certainly not least are my scans, guys. I mean, my scans right here. So again, if you click on my link, you have to scroll down. I should always say that. You have to scroll down. So let me do that again. So if you click on my link, you'll be brought to the top. Scroll down until you get to the scan section. Again, pre-market actives up and down. Of course, the pre-market actives up. We've already had one email I see that says, how come I didn't get OCEA? Well, you don't have mine, that's for sure. Pre-market actives up is right at the top of the list. Actives down. The 2 races right here, 2 races that I'm sharing. And I've been displaying the 10-day daily breakout and down all day long. And of course, you see the halts resumes. It's more information than a scan, I call it, just information. Okay. So if you do want to take out a subscription, I would appreciate it if you use my homepage, excuse my homepage link, and then click on the Get Trade Ideas. This is a free room. The free rooms. They're all free. The room will get credit if you take out a subscription using my link, and I get a little credit too. Okay. Plus, if you save my link, then you can look at my scans anytime and that education anytime. Something is grunting at me. So bros, I'm not in it anymore, guys. I was in this one earlier, but I'm not in it anymore, and it continues to make a new low. BROS. So Jeff, in our YouTube room, what do you have for options? Didn't you ask me that yesterday? I think you did. Halted again, guys. 2660 halted again. Did you not hear my answer to you? Nine races this one. OCEA now. So Jeff, can you hear me? This is in our YouTube room. So you asked that question yesterday, did you not? And you didn't hear my answer to you? I'm assuming not, because otherwise you would not be asking again. Okay, no problem. So the question is, what do we have for options? Okay, so we don't scan for options as such, but what we do have is a way in which you can check stocks that are having abnormal option activity. Okay, and then after that, you can decide whether or not you want to trade the options. So this is what it looks like. If I right click, configure, and search, and type in options. So we have some obvious ones. Again, we have the put call ratio. Options volume is the average number of contracts over the last 10 days. Option volume today is obvious. And then we break it down. We have the put volume today, the call volume today. This is the key one right here, the option volume today percent. So what that means is if I use this filter, I'm going to just show you what I mean. This is a percent. So if I say put 300%, three, or the ratio of three. So let's just say a stock has traded on average over the last 10 days, 5,000 contracts, okay, on average. And if you put 300% in the min, for you to see that stock today, it would have to be trading 15,000 contracts. No, no, Jeff, this is all we have for options. Okay. Not implied volume, not the vault. This is all we have. All this is going to show you is stocks that are having an abnormal option activity day. After that, and I know there are people who use this to at least, zero in on those stocks having abnormal option activity. After that, then they figure out a way to trade the option. Okay. So again, that's all we have. It's all we have for options. But that's the key one right there, the option volume today percent. Whoa, Bros is just getting kicked again. Not in it anymore. Vegas. Look at all these crazy ones going today, guys. Verde Clean Fuels. So this is another, I think this was another SPAC perhaps. Yeah, it looks like it was a SPAC. Didn't do too much for the last few days, but guess what? Traders are piling into these things today. But look at the volume, 27,000 shares. 27,000 shares halted. So here's the OCEA halted at 2660. This is the projection around 28. This, and by the way, this blue screen you see here, this is from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas, okay? This is time and if you have Interactive Brokers, this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Yeah, no, you can use like any broker. You can trade the pre-market or after hours. You just have to go in at a limit order though. You can't go in market orders. So Yadi, sorry. Yes, you can use Brokers Plus in the pre-market, but you have to go in as a limit order. You can't go in no market orders. And that's typical, I think, for every broker out there. It's not a limitation that we put on Brokers Plus. Okay, guys, I saw this Rita come through. I don't know, but it's probably too late now. RETA. Actually, it's not an earnings play. So now this looks really interesting as a potential short. I mean, it got stalled at 50. See what I was saying about some of these high flyers turning into good shorts. I'm not in this one. I'm not in Neil, but if you just pay attention to some of these, and some of they're just going to run out of steam eventually. Now, if you're wondering why did not OCEA show up here in the 10-day daily breakout? Well, my guess is that it hasn't been trading for 10 days as OCEA, so that's the reason. Otherwise, it would have been breaking out here. Well, it would have been over and over and over and over again. All right, guys. Just general info about trade ideas. What we are a scanner. Okay, we scan. Now, a lot of screeners out there. And I want to explain what the difference is between a scanner and a screener. We do have screening capabilities, of course, but I'm going to show you what I'm talking about. So if I click on new and then dock channel bar, these are all theme-based channels. So if I click on the momentum channel as an example, and this you can do this with my scans that I'm sharing. This meaning, what is it looking for? So this is an alert window. So if I right click and click on configure and then summary. So this, by doing that, right clicking on any window, configure and summary, this will tell you what any scan or top list is looking for, okay? So this is the screening aspect of trade ideas, the filter. So in this particular alert window, if the stock is between $1 and $50, the current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this point of the day, 100,000 shares minimum. These are the two key metrics that are giving it the momentum. The volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal, 5 minutes, 400% of normal. So again, this is the screening. So if all these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That's the scanning. Scanning for any stock meeting these filter requirements and then making a new high for the day. Okay, we don't know what stocks are going to come through, but that is the scanning aspect of trade ideas. Screening, and then the alert, the real-time alert is the scan. Now, this is a one I'm sharing on my homepage. It's called Momo. Okay, so you can have it. Now, if you want to make your own scans, of course you can. This time I'm going to click on search. So when you see these icons, it starts off with the new high, the new low of the day, and all, lots and lots and lots of real-time alerts. And if I scroll down, these are all the filters that we have, okay? So you don't have to learn them all. Don't get hung up on how many we have and think, my goodness, how am I going to learn this program? There's so much to learn. You don't have to learn all of these alerts and filters. The reason why we have so many is because we've got lots of different trading styles out there with our thousands of customers. So when the company started, they figured that most would not want to have to learn a programming language. So that's why we created so many different real-time alerts and filters. So again, for the majority of our customers, they can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for if you want to build your own scans. Now we've created many scans for you, and I'm sharing my scans. And all you have to do is just, go to the channels, take a look at some of the scans we've created, and right click, configure, summary, and it'll tell you what the scans are looking for. Yeah, now the party's over for a while anyway. Now, as you say, projecting 13. So there it is, halted at 22.95, and the projected open could be around 13. Okay. So hopefully nobody got nailed at the top. All right, guys, what time is it now? 11 o'clock. So in about an hour, I'll be taking my break. And now this one is resumed. It's Vegas, VGAS. Yeah, not very much volume again. Yeah. Yeah, untradeable. It just got halted on the way down now. VGAS. All right, guys, I'll be right back. All right, let's take a look at some of these ones that I haven't been able to concentrate on anything in the races really. AMAM. So that was a strong one a couple of days ago. Wow. Okay. Too bad. I missed this one completely. AMAM. Actually, kind of looking at FTI as a potential short, guys. It's underneath the VWAP, 1480. And of course, this is an earnings play, but it's starting to kind of give it up. Have some bottoming tails here. But if this starts to get weaker and weaker, depending what the market does, you know what? I haven't even looked at what the overall market's been doing. Basically flat. NAS is up just a little, Dow's up a little, SPY's up a little. We had about an hour down. Really haven't had a chance to look at what the overall market's been doing, but this FTI, obviously the next low looking left is 1313, so there is room, but it is an earnings play and it's positive, so this might be just a bit of a pause, but it is below the VWAP. It did break down below the VWAP, 1480. I'm not in this anymore. I've been sort of carving profits out, guys, but W is another one now on the way down. Another new low, 38.44, 38.44. This is what kind of got me out before, but anyway, 38.44 now is the next low looking left for W. All right, next up, COM. Is this an earnings play? Of course it is. COMM is another earnings play. COMM is an earnings play. Uh, Left, what do we see? 855. To me, that's just too close. Can't take it. I'm looking left on the daily chart. That's the next high. And then we've got 868. I mean, if the next highs were around 870, I would consider it, but the next high is at 855. To me, that's just too close to 838. A big float. Bought Buru, B-U-R-U, okay? Interesting. This is a monthly chart, okay? So I tried to trading this month as Buru. We have a 21 million float for Buru, but okay. It's so new that sometimes it's hard to know. Next high looking left is 583 on the daily chart. Got up to what, 563? So, what do they do? Industrial manufacturing. So what do they do though? Blue lasers, okay. It's kind of cool. Cool technology, I guess. Oh, so you're not. Oh, okay. You are talking Buru. You typed in another symbol and got that 91 million float. I see. Okay. Okay, guys, let's see. Well, Wayfair keeps moving down. W keeps moving down without me. The OCEA, let's see, is that 13 still? I see how it's run up now. So up to 16. This may not be over, guys. I mean, this is the first pullback, of course, but this may not be over completely. There might be a chance for further entries later on, depending on how it trades. But remember, that was 13, so now it's been moved up to 16. And how long a halt has this been? So this has been over a 10-minute halt now. So this was halted at, I'm sorry, no, we don't have the last halt in here, I guess. Sometimes when they happen so quickly, we don't get it. Ah, I see why you even saw Buru though. Buru got halted. Buru got halted. I see now why you saw Buru. Oh, thank you, Michael. In our Discord room, halted at 10:58. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know the reason exactly why our halts resumes. I think it's just because it happens maybe so quickly after the resume, and then it gets halted again, and sometimes it just doesn't pick it up. Okay, guys, I'm just let's take a look at some of these. Newell is probably an earnings play. It could be interesting just over the whole number. Probably an earnings play. Nope, I'm wrong. NWL is not an earnings play, but it's not that interesting looking on that daily chart. Good grief, another one, guys, going absolutely bananas. ATLX, I guess, was this another SPAC? Lithium play? Let's take a look at the news. Okay, boy, this is a convoluted one. Atlas Global is Canadian company? No, well, Atlas Global Brands. Okay, this is not okay. I'm sorry. Sometimes the news we've got comes from scrubbing from Google. So that's why sometimes, we're getting things that don't make any sense. So that has nothing to do with Atlas Global Brands. So Casa or CAM, was this a SPAC or was this truly an IPO on the 21st? Truly an IPO or is this a SPAC? At any rate, another one that's just going crazy. 4.9 million in the float. FTI. SPY red. Yes, it is red. And all the indices, excuse me. So the Dow's red, NAS is red, SPY's red. Well, it's a long halt now for OCEA. Let's see where its projection is again. So it's still around 16. You said it was 10:58. 10:58 plus 16 seconds from our Discord room. Thank you, Michael. Well, we'll see if it opens at 11:18. Okay, so Sean asked me in the YouTube room, is Tesla buying looking good? So first of all, I'm not an investment advisor, number one, okay? So I can't say yes it is or no it isn't. All I can do is look at this chart and know that it's being sold off so far underneath 200. Pretty psychological number to break through. Other than that, I mean, 190 is the next low looking left on the daily chart. So there's still, in theory, has some room for it to run down. Uplisting, thank you, Cam. But I cannot tell you, yes, it's a good buy or no, it's not. I'm not an investment advisor. But if I were if I were truly looking at it, I wouldn't be buying it now. I mean, it's, a 15-minute chart. It's just looking pretty bad right now anyway. Through the VWAP, the VWAP is up here at 201. So, until it would base or anything, but this is, to me, if I were looking at this, I would not be buying this right now. And with the SPY falling, Tesla probably follows the SPY to a certain extent. So, wow, here's another one, guys. Another earnings play taking out the 200-day moving average. Stericycle, SRCL, looking left on the weekly chart. 46.67 is the next low. So there is some room. It is now below the 48.54 is the 200-day. So it's a little bit below that area. Another earnings play, guys. Steve Madden. Shoe, but the VWAP 35.77 or so. So it is just a little bit above the VWAP right now. But I'd be looking at a lot of these now as potential shorts, especially as the market is doing this. Okay, this meaning almost an hour straight down. What time is it? Another Another 10 minutes for this candle to close, but we're basically an hour straight down now. The only thing preventing me on this shoe short is all these bottoming tails on the 15-minute chart. Let's bring that up to show you what I'm talking about. Oh, look at all these bottoming tails. So here's a huge one on that 15-minute chart. Hopefully you can see that big bottoming tail. So what does this all mean? So at one point the sellers had it down to 35.10. The buyers close it up here. Sellers tried it. Now, granted, the sellers tried up here to get it higher. I'll call that a bit of a wash. But again, sellers tried again to knock it down. Buyers close it up here. Sellers tried again to knock it down. Buyers closed it here. Sellers tried again. So at one point, somebody's going to give up. Somebody's going to just give up. But there is the VWAP, 35.77. So it's sitting on the VWAP. So, is the VWAP stalling it from moving higher? And that is SHOO. Now, if it does, it becomes a great looking potential short because look at that candle. So what I'll do is I will stick an alert maybe around 35.65 to see if it takes that out. And with the market doing this, I mean, right now the market is selling off. I'm not saying shoe is going to sell off like the market is selling off, but it's probably not helping it. And it opened. So OCEA opened at 1674. Not terrible. I mean, remember now, originally it looked like it was going to open around 13. So terrible. Let's see what it does here. Let's see if it can settle down a little bit. Lucy has news. LCY. LCY. Is that right or is it Lucy? So it must be Lucy, right? LUCY, not LCY. Yeah, low float, 2.3 million in the float, so very low float. The next high looking left is 320. It's got room. Nope, sorry, wrong. Next high is 279. Okay, guys, so Steve will be in the, I just pinged him, make sure it is Steve in the room today at, in about an hour, sorry, in about 12 minutes. I'll get it right in about 35 minutes at noon Eastern in YouTube. See, look at OCEA, guys. I don't think this is over completely. I mean, it has, look at this. I mean, it was down to 15, 18, but you got to be careful, obviously. What's the spread like right now? Yeah, 17, 17, 17. Believe it or not, I'll put an alert at the high of the day. And later on today, if it takes it out, again, believe it or not, you could get traders interested in this. May not happen, probably won't, but no harm in putting a price alert there. Let's see, Shady on the BHC, long over 967. Let's take a look. I know that was one of the ones, no, it held the VWAP so far. 946 is the VWAP, so it held the VWAP. So it's got that going for it. Oh, look at SI, guys, now through 15. SI through 15. Well, these buyers are resolute. Another big bottoming tail here. These buyers for shoe. Still just a little bit above the VWAP now, 35.77, 35.91. So maybe the VWAP's going to hold. Maybe it runs from here. If it does, I mean, there's room, a little bit of room. A little bit of room. 36.42 is the next high looking left. I'm just looking at this market though, the way it's selling off, but it's not really affecting shoe at all. Boy, Wayfair just continues to drift down, guys. W just continues to drift down penny by penny by penny. Another not an earnings play. They have earnings coming up. DNLI almost straight down, following the market. All right, this might be the end for a while anyway. Another halt on the way down for OCEA. Shoo! Sean, I think that was a rumor. Tesla buying SGML out, SGML. I think that might have been a rumor. I don't know if they are. Can somebody confirm that? I recall, yeah, as this lithium stock soars, yeah, so that was on the 21st. Surge on report that Tesla is mulling takeover. Okay. So, whether it happens or not, that's the thing. Will it happen? So what do you mean? How do you watch something like that? It's still a rumor. So we can't possibly know if it's going to happen or not. So in other words, if you went into SGML right now, based on that headline, again, I'm just talking, and said, okay, it looks like they're going to buy them, and you buy it right here, hoping that they're going to buy them, and then Tesla comes out, we're not buying them, we're buying somebody else. I mean, this stock could tank, right? So you just never know. You can't know until it's happened, and then by that time, the stock is going to either jump up or down. Pretty. It's like the Manu situation. Look at Manu. I mean, Manu looked like it was a done deal, right? It was up here at $28 almost. Qatari group going to buy them. Now look at it. I mean, it still might happen, but something has happened between, the time it got up to 28 and now it's at 22. I never play rumors. I don't buy anything based on a rumor. Oh, it's no question. Lithium is hot, but will that company be bought by Tesla? I mean, that's the point, isn't it? We don't know. For what stock, Jeff? We have short float percents, and we have the float, and we have the short float percent. But as far as knowing the average price the shorts got in, I'm not sure about that. What do we have for Blink? BLNK. Are you in general? Okay, in general. 25% short float percent. So 25% of that 40 million is short, according to our provider. So in these days, back here, when the mania was all about the high short float percent stocks, yeah, Blink was one of them that was just running. But every little, we'll call that, I think we were joking and calling that the short float percent sector, and for a while, that's all anybody was well, it's all we were concentrating on because we saw so many ones that had high short float percents doing something like this. It's over now, for a while anyway. Yesterday I was talking about LAZR, okay, that had a high, had some news yesterday, I guess, right? Yeah, 27%. Big float though, 218 million in the float, but 27% short. Yeah, I mean, so the theory being that, okay, you got a high short float percent, and we get some news. I don't know what the news was yesterday. Jumps on multi-billion-dollar deal with Mercedes-Benz. Okay, but look, I mean, it lasted one day. One day could not get through the 200-day moving average. Oh man, Bros is just giving it up. I'm not in this anymore. One day I'm going to take fewer shares and just hold on to these because some of these are just getting kicked. Look at this Bros now. BROS, the next low looking left is 3080. Wow. Okay, so this one showed up. This one meaning SPTN. Is that Spartan? Yeah, Spartan Nash Company. Okay, so another boy, guys, we got to take advantage of these. This week and next week. Next week, probably the end of the big earnings season. But look at all these companies releasing earnings that you don't really pay that much attention to, except for the day they release earnings. Look at SPTN. Anybody know what I mean, I know I can read what they do, but we don't see this stock ever until earnings. So look at SPTN. So it just showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown at 25. Showed up at 11:33. So it's 10 minutes ago. Hasn't done much since then. Look at Shoe. So look what happened with Shoe. The buyers finally gave up. Buyers finally gave up, propping this up every time we had that bottoming tail. They finally gave up. Well, guys, I'll be taking my break pretty soon, so I don't know if I'm going to be able to enter in anything new now. Um, but the SPTN, okay, what I should do is back this out and take a look at where it is on the weekly chart. Where could it stall? All right, 24.98. We're at 24.98. So the next low, 24.91. All right. No, 23.96. 23.96 is the next low looking left on the weekly chart. So that's about $1 away. So it's got some room on the weekly chart. SPTN. Depends on your broker, I guess. Take a look at Bros. Yeah, so I can only speak for Interactive Brokers. Okay, so it really depends on your broker, I guess. There are 221,000 shares available in Interactive Brokers. When I shorted that, there was no issue. So I don't know. Interactive Brokers basically just tells me how many shares, and if they're hard to borrow, this is the little box that I have for Interactive Brokers. So you can't see the symbol here, but that's Bros. So there's no issue getting shares. That's Interactive Brokers. If you're talking about another broker like E-Trade, I can't answer that question. Now, what happens sometimes? I mean, sometimes I'll look at a stock at Interactive Brokers, and there might be, for argument's sake, 50,000 shares available when I look. And all of a sudden, I'm looking at the stock and it's really tanking, they can all be snapped up. And in which case, then they would say, we'll have to search for shorts for you. So it really depends on your broker. One nice thing about shorting stocks like shoe is you don't have to worry about that stupid uptick rule. Now, these are stocks that are up for the day, so you don't have to worry about the uptick rule. Uptick rule meaning that like the bros, I had no, actually I didn't have a problem. I don't really remember. It might not have been down 10% when I shorted it earlier. I'm not in it anymore. I wish I were, but I remember what the uptick rule is. So if I tried to short this right now with the stock being down over 10%, the bid ask is 32.18. So typically, if I wanted to go in at 32.18 on the bid, if this stock were up for the day, I would get probably an instant fill, assuming there are shorts available, which there are. But with the uptick rule, what has to happen is there has to be some action at the ask, and then it goes back to the bid. But I may be in a big queue of others that want to do the same thing at this price. So sometimes it's frustrating trying to get a short when a stock is down more than 10%. The only hotkeys we have are the flatten, half, and double. Yeah. Nope, only here, just here. No keyboards. All right, guys, 11:49. So Steve will be in our YouTube room in about 10 minutes. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to put the YouTube link in. Go and head over and listen to Steve. He's not there yet, but he will be there very soon. Yeah, I'd be looking at, it doesn't take a genius to realize this market is really selling off, guys. So we're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're almost an hour and a half. Another 9 minutes for that last candle to close, almost an hour and a half straight down. So, all these high flyers at the beginning of the day, even if they are earnings plays, a lot of them are going to be affected by this. I showed you. Didn't you see? I actually showed you before the market opened. Okay, I'll show you one more time. Okay, asking how to color a multi-strategy window. So let me bring one up. File, load from cloud. Okay, so here is a multi-strategy window. So here it is colored. The different strategies are colored. I'm assuming that's what you mean. I'll try to answer your question in 1 second, Kishore. So here are what you do is, oops, what did I do here? Just a minute. Okay, so what you do is, assuming they're not colored, so you right click, strategies, hover over strategies, this box will pop up. Hover over your first strategy, another box will pop up. And when you see colors, go down to colors. And now it's up to you, how you want your colors. You have foregrounds, backgrounds. So these are just palette, just pick whatever you want for your foreground and your background. Okay. And then you go to the next one, strategies. So again, right click on your multi-strategy window, right click, hover over strategies, and then go to the next one. And this box will pop up. You go to the next one, the box pops up, etc. Okay. Yeah. So Kishore, we have a 30-minute high. We do have I think we have a 30-minute high. As far as the next test drive, I'm not sure when the next test drive is. We want to get our charts up and running in a better way. And so I think they're going to delay until that happens. So I really don't know when the next test drive is going to be. But here we go. You want a new 30-minute high. Okay. Configure, right click, configure, search. I'm going to search. I'm going to type in 30 and see what we have. Look at that, 30-minute high. Okay, so you can actually get an alert when a stock makes a new 30-minute high or a 30-minute low. Okay, so all you have to do, again, is take your alert window, construct it with the price range you want, and all that, and then use as your alert. Right click on that, right click on it, configure, do a search, and just type in 30. And you have other 30s, but there you go, 30-minute high right there. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I only look at new highs of the day and new lows of the day, but we have other, you want a new 5-minute high or a 10-minute high or a 30-minute high. Yeah, we have a lot of those also. If I just type in high and see what happens. Yeah, so we have a new five, we have 5, 10, 15, 30, and 60. Okay, for highs. All right, guys, I just want to put my announcement in that I will be on a break. I'm still here until Steve shows up. Whoops, got a bigger font. Okay, guys, so I'm just really just waiting for Steve to show up, and I'll take my break. Excuse me, I'm exhausted. What a morning. So many things to track. All right, here's another one just showing up here. Game. Yeah, I don't like it. Don't like it. Why? Look at the daily chart. Look at all the nonsense, not nonsense, but look at all the stuff to the left. So I don't like it. Boy, this market is really selling off. Steve, I hear that little ping.
Hello.
Cheer up. Uh, I was reading your comments. That's all.
Hold on, I got
I've actually had a pretty exciting day, so
well, that's good.
yeah.
As a
But as
swing
you say,
trader,
yeah.
with responsibilities in about 3 or 4 different departments, it's just really hard for me to play the race car game with the in and out, in and out, in and out. So
Mm-hmm,
swing trading has got me a little frustrated right now. You can tell nothing really moves
mm-hmm.
more than a day, half a day. So you day traders are on it, but for me, it's not my game. So
Yeah. And as you say, you're like Chris, you've got other things that you have to do. So even if you wanted to really start, by the way, just let me mute myself. I'm talking to Steve in our YouTube room, guys, so you can head over there. I put the links in. Just let me mute the two rooms. And where is that other room? That's so many
I know
things.
so many tabs.
Okay, here we go. Okay, so now, yeah, even if you wanted to, because I know you could, I know you can day trade. You used to day trade, so you understand the concept and you understand, chart reading for day trading. You can't do it because you've got other things you've got to do.
Yeah, it's just there's too many distractions. I literally have three things coming at me at once sometimes, and I just
Hmm.
can't put that in there. I'm about ready to get stopped out of this AI. Really, just another real frustrating lack of follow through. These charts all looked so good yesterday, and they started the day with some
Hmm.
pretty good bids, BBAI and the other, and then they just roll over and trap everybody. So it's really,
Well, look at the market. I
really
mean, the market's been
tricky
straight
right
down.
now.
Market's
Yeah,
been straight
I
down for
know.
an hour and a half. So I'm
Yeah,
sure a lot of things are being affected by that.
yeah, that's
You
true.
know, you can't.
That's true. But
That is
since I knew
that
I was
is
coming on here, I just went ahead and put a hard stop in there, and it's probably pretty darn close to triggering here, a couple cents
it,
away.
yeah.
Oh well, we'll try
Oh
again.
well. Okay.
Keep
Okay.
trying.
Now you probably like for me to show up at least maybe 5 minutes to or ten
Sure.
to.
Yeah,
Okay.
thanks.
Will do.
Gives me a head start.
Good, Keyshawn. I'm glad you showed up. I told Keyshawn is interested in your jam down to the 10. And I said, well, listen, you show up today, meaning that was yesterday. You show up tomorrow between 12 and 1, and Steve will explain it all. So
Sure.
there you go.
Yep. And
Okay.
I no longer have a position. I just got stopped out of AI, so it's free to bounce now.
Okay. Okay, Steve. Bye-bye.
All right. All right, everybody. Happy Thursday. How you doing? See, okay, so we have somebody who's looking for a question. Keyshawn, hi Steve. Can you explain your theory behind the 10 SMA and the 130? I was told to ask you why it was your go-to. Sure, not a problem at all. So let's just look for a couple of examples here, perhaps. Um, I'll just go back to AI, really, because that was a good example. Okay, so I've only got two moving averages on here on my 15-minute chart, and you can kind of see this first one is um, uh, on a 15-minute chart. It's adhering to the 130. And I'll explain what the 130 is. It's a 5-day moving average. There's support a few days back, bouncing off that 5-day average. It broke it, and we've been underneath it. We came in and we had a gap up and a pullback, and I went ahead and grabbed some on that pullback, tried to get back up. And if I zoom in, you'll see to the T where the sellers said, no way, Steve, we're not going higher. Look at that. I mean, it just literally kisses the 5-day moving average. So I use them as areas of interest. And in this case, I realized it had 3 attempts to get through that moving average and failed. So I can't give this thing much more hoping. And I hate to sell it down here at these levels, but I felt like I was going to miss out on an opening range drive. So I picked up a little bit pre-market. It pulled back. I picked up a little bit more and then added a little bit more on that moving average. And then, nope, just had to let it go. So the question is, how are we using these two moving averages? Um, right click on any chart. And if you go to indicators, I've got two indicators in here. I've got my 10 SMA and my 130. So the reason we use 130 is because 130 15-minute candles divides perfectly into 5 trading days. So it's another way of looking at a 5-day moving average, not on your daily. A 5-day moving average on your daily is just going to snake around and get twisted and caught up in the other moving averages. But if you use it through the prism or the visual of a 5-day, sorry, a 15-minute time frame, it gives us a much smoother moving average. And what happens is I just look for it for areas of support to hold, and I watch it for areas of resistance. If I'm short, I want it to hold. If I'm long, I need it to break through. So that's very important. And that's just the 5-day, simple moving average. If we go into the races here, we'll probably start to see some examples of the 10 SMA, which is really my momentum indicator. Keeps me in the trade of momentum and shows me where momentum is dying, shows me where momentum likely might show back up. If that's the case, OCEA is trying to hold, as you can see, the 10 SMA here on the 15. Now, it's a big move today. It very well could give it up and slide through, and then that's your signal to say the momentum is gone. But if people are buying into this pullback here at 1450, this would be the area in which maybe we get another push back higher and you can trade off of. I like to use those types of setups. So going through the races here, this is where we start to see the 10 SMA really come into play. This is my momentum line. That was yesterday. Got close today. So it's really holding the momentum, but the problem is over here, 5 days of movement already, somebody's going to get an itchy finger to take profits and momentum is going to die at some point. So I use the 10 SMA on my 15-minute chart to gauge momentum. You can see yesterday, ATLX had 3 great days, and now it's starting to be suspect in my book because 3 great days is just asking for a reversion to the mean. This thing ran over 100%. How much more do you really want out of these things? You can't be too greedy. So let's assume that you're in ATLX. Maybe you got in yesterday and you notice it was riding that 10 SMA just beautifully all the way into the close. Of course, you take it home. Well, now you take it home and you're still above the moving averages. But I'll tell you what, if this was me in this trade and I was long from a day and a half ago, if this candle right here decides to bleed back down and close below the 10 SMA, I'm out. The first closing candle will get me out. We still have 10 minutes to go here, but you can see some profit taking. Some itchy fingers are starting to say, hey, I don't want to lose those profits that I've been staring at all morning. I think we can all relate to that feeling. Nobody likes that. So my signal candle is the 10 SMA. I like to buy off of it when it's got some potential, but after we've had a couple of days of run, I fully feel like this is just tiring out here. This is a huge move. It's been riding its 10 SMA for 2.5 days. Maybe some of you checked into our webinar yesterday with Amin Aziz. He was filling in for his brother, Andrew, and he basically talked about how he looks for parabolic moves, which is what this ATLX is, and then he waits. I think he uses a much shorter time frame to try and give him an earlier. See, he uses the 5-minute to say, hey, if it breaks this 10 SMA, he uses the 8, but he's probably looking at something like this to short. All right. Yesterday in the webinar, he was talking about parabolic moves that have been up significantly and getting way stretched above their daily SMA. So rather than writing it up, he kind of watches, and then he waits for that breakdown of these candles. And that's I mean, I chimed in and I told him what a great presentation because it's nothing close to what I do, but it's a very valid method that he's exploiting. Looking for tired moves, parabolic up moves, and then those parabolic up moves can have big, quick corrections. And he likes to short sell those corrections and jump in the way of momentum. And then he gets confirmation right here. We talked about it yesterday in his webinar. Once they break these moving averages, he even goes to a 1-minute to try and really peg the moment that momentum dies. So I'm teasing you with that webinar. If you want to see the webinar, we have a copy of it. You can email us and we can send you out a link to the recorded copy. And he even drops his PDF in there talking about what he looks for and what a lot of his settings are. But that's just another way to skin a cat. Okay, good. Hopefully that resonates with you, Keyshawn. This is my watch list over here. Every time I put a heart on my symbol in the charts, tells me I'm interested. This is the dollar. The dollar continues to rise. Faked everybody out on the silver play this morning. Silver looked like it wanted to bounce, and then it just got smashed. Yep, there it is. So big green day 4 days ago, Monday, and silver jumped. Look at how it jumped right into the declining 10-day, which I give credit on the 10-day. And that tells me, ideally, let's back up here. Ideally, I was watching this and I said to myself, if silver can pop back up and close back above these moving averages, I might be interested again. But lo and behold, like so many things right now, 10 SMA gets a hold of it, sellers jump in and they slam it back down. So I'm getting kind of tired of buying things until I wait to buy things until they give me a confirmation. I don't want to be a guesser and a hoper and say, yeah, this is the time it's going to bust through that 10 SMA. If I had done that, I would just be coughing it back up here and shaking my head. So I wait for, I like to wait for her confirmation. Are you talking about, which stock are we talking about? Was it OCA? No. ATLX? I think it was that one. Once these things have had, a couple good days of run, as I said, it's over 100% return. You're a fool. I'm just going to say it. You're a fool to come up here and start establishing positions that look like that. You literally are just going to have to put this on your radar. And this is what I would do. I'd come back here to these levels down here. Maybe try and anticipate where this moving average will be in a few days. Maybe I'll just throw a line in the water right about there and I'll forget about it. There's no need to just stalk this thing and wonder if it's the right time to jump in. To me, it's broken. It just had a signal candle close right there. It tells me the momentum is dead. Makes perfect sense after 3 days and over 100% movement. You just got to wait for it to reset, Keyshawn. Um, I don't use crossovers. I mean, yeah, there's a crossover down here, but that tells me nothing. What tells me is 1542 is extremely separated from about $8 here. All of this is a vacuum void. It's just waiting for a reversion to the mean. It might take 2 days. It might take 4 days. I don't know. But I'm not going to jump in a chart like this that's had all this extension and hope for continuation. It's like if you're a horse racing fan, you see a horse get beat down the stretch that's been leading. That horse doesn't turn around and find a new gear and then come back and pass the horse that just passed him. It just doesn't work that way. That's horse has spent its energy. It's going to need a few days of showers and oats and workouts before it can set back up and have the energy and the potential energy to move higher again. I just don't trust things that have moved 100% on the daily chart. And now I've got confirmation here. I mean, if anything, this is probably a good short, but I'm not going to short it. I've got too many other things to pay attention to right now. I'm not very active at the moment. All right, let's get rid of that. These S&Ps are right here on the 50-day moving average. They just took out yesterday's lows. Wouldn't be surprised to see some sort of a chaotic elbow throw and they bounce back up into play here. Just a lot of noise out there in the general markets. Barry's doing a good job of finding the action and playing the action. But swing traders like myself that are kind of relying on, the market currents to help us, it's very tricky right now. That's right, Dionysus. Oh yeah, hello Patrick. You were in the webinar. That's great. Yeah, in the webinar, Eamon used a 8 SMA. Keyshawn, you use a 9 EMA, and I used a 10 SMA. They're all pretty darn close, and to where you could just say close enough. But it was nice to kind of listen to somebody else's method that has nothing to do with mine to just show you that the market is a dynamic casino and it can be exploited in many different ways, many different directions, and many different time frames. But the common thread is using trade ideas to tell you how to do that. So he had some pretty cool scans. I'll tell you one of the things I really appreciated about his discussion was he's doing it right. Okay. Doing it wrong is selling your business, having a big account, and thinking I'm going to become a day trader and I'm going to have this thing figured out in 3 months. It's just not going to happen. And in his case, he went to med school and he decided, I'm going to go to med school, but I'm also going to learn to trade in parallel. And after the end of my med school, 4, 5, 6 years, I'm going to see, how things are going. And now he's developed a style and a method that works for him so well that he's really not interested in pursuing a medical career. So the point being is he had a very realistic expectation of a time frame to figure this out. I mean, obviously he's a doctor, pre-med, smart kid. But he approached it the correct direction. I see too many people coming in and say, hi, I just bought Holly AI and I'm connected to IB. How do I buy and sell? And that scares the shit out of me when I hear that. It's like putting somebody in a jet plane and telling them this is how you fly it. It's just not going to happen overnight, you guys. You got to do simulator practice. You've got to have losses. You've got to experience pain. You've got to experience emotion, risk management. It takes time to develop all that. It's a 10,000 hours type of scenario. Anybody can become an expert in something if they focus 10,000 hours. Tim, you can email us again, info@trade-ideas. He has a PDF that he used in the presentation. Actually, Patrick might have gotten a hold of it, but he had his PDF to share, and it's available. So you can email us. We can point you in the right direction, or you can email Bull Bears. I would be surprised if you didn't see something in your email box about it. You could go from there. But if you can't, hang on a second. Oh, cool. Very cool. I just got an email. Let me copy that link. Yeah, so we just got the link to the replay up. And I'll drop it. So let me put I'll put his last name, Aziz webinar replay. There is the YouTube link to everything I just been talking about. So great presentation. Again, just reminding you, it takes time to develop your method, and there is no one right method. This kid is doing like the exact opposite of what I do, but he times the jump rope perfectly using trade ideas as the jump rope timer. Patrick got the PDF too. Don't know if you can pop it in here though. Let me see if that PDF is available on that YouTube. To download a copy of the PDF presentation, I've got it for you. So let me get you the PDF as well. You guys are all set. All right, PDF coming. There you go. So if you missed what I was talking about there, you can just catch up on everything using that webinar replay link, and his PDF presentation with scanner settings and concepts are in there for you. And I endorse it. We've had some people come through where I kind of look at them, I'm like, good luck with that strategy, pal. But this guy, Bull Bears, he and his brother, I believe, I endorse their strategies. If that carries any weight. Yes, Tim, question about the races. races and relative volume. I'm assuming you're going to wonder, can we run a race on relative volume? And of course you could. There's no reason you can't. Oh, that's on a 15-minute. Oh, well, on that one. Actually, even some Boyle here. I bought it with Andy down here at the Lowe's. Andy's taken half off. I have not. I'd like to see, and look again, there's the perfect example of who asked me about the 5-day and the 10 SMA. The Boyle, UNG, I mean, let's just pull up UNG because that's always the way to do it. Use the underlying ETF. You can see it had a little bit of struggle there at the 5-day, and now it's broken the intraday. So it's just really wishy-washy here. Not really giving me much information. Let's see, Tim, I'll look above. Okay, conversation about a race that runs on increasing relative volume. How to make a race run on volume and not just price movement. Sure. So let's just do, we need a top list. Let's grab a top list. So let's just take this one, for example. We'll just use this existing top list, open top list, and this is strength from the open, but it's being sorted over here on percentage movement, right? If we look at the, let's stop the race. Let's look at the setup. Yeah, see, it's being changed from open percent. So this race is looking for things that are changed from the open. Now, if we go back and just clarify what that means, price to position in Bollinger Bands is very high. 5-minute volume has at least got something. So there's not a whole lot going on here. So there's nothing in terms of relative volume. So this is interesting. You see, guys, there's no relative volume here. So what if we took this race and we went ahead and we went to columns? We do have relative volume in the column. That's all we need to make sure we can run the race on it. So that's good. So we'll go ahead and run a second race. Launch real-time race. It's going to be the same as the bottom unless we come in here and say, let's do something a little different. Let's run this race, not on change from the close, but on relative volume. And we'll keep it a delta sort. So what this is going to do is it's going to find all these things that are working down here in price, but now they're going to show up racing on relative volume compared to each other. So let's just have fun and see what happens there. So there's pretty much the same names, I would imagine. Let's see. Remember, we're going on relative volume now. This race already started. Relative volume. I have a feeling that the relative volumes, they don't fluctuate too much. So let's just see, how much stock movement we get in this race window. All right, starting to get a little action. So far, let's see, this BSCO, Bosco, is that showing up over here? Not really, Bosco. But Bosco is getting increasing volume. Yeah, it's a kind of ugly chart. Another ugly chart, not really tradable. So I'll say that I don't have any scans that do run off relative volume. I'm more interested in the price action, and then I can quickly look up and see the relative volume. I can see if volume is coming in 5 minutes. So I'll kind of use my single stock window in conjunction. But to answer the question, Tim, that's how you can do it. You just want to get into the race configuration, make sure you have a column set for relative volume, and that allows you to choose that based on the columns, based on relative volume, and sort by delta. Make sure the strong ones go to the top. but it doesn't have the action and the life it does that change from the open seems to have. In the buy the news, sell the rumor approach. Sure, there's nothing wrong with that. That's a valid trader's almanac. Markets are always one step ahead. They're buying the rumor and then they're selling the news to the people reading it and coming in and chasing it. Yeah, I agree, Tim. I do the same thing, but I'll go through the top 10 lists myself. Relative volume, extremely strong, 160. ATLX, relative. Oh, so ATLX, look at this. This thing's dying out. This was the one I called out earlier as a possible interesting short, right? I might even short this. Just because Aziz got me kind of thinking that way. Let's see here what's going on. I'll go to that account. Trade. Sell short. Normally don't do this, so I'm kind of just playing around here. Very small size, of course. But I'm going to go ahead and say the relative volume here and the 5-minute, 1-minute volume is just nothing after a huge move. It might be time for this thing to take a break. I'm going to lean on it here. If it pops back up around 16, I'll get out. But let's see. Let's go ahead and review this order. Dun, 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 dun. Rejected. Probably not borrowable. Okay. Oh, let me try something else here. Try a different account. Nope, I can't shorten that account. I have a few different accounts I trade. One of them had no buying power, and the other one's not able to be short. It's a cash account. Gosh, I'd like to kind of participate in that. Why won't you let me sell that? Yeah, they're not going to let me short. Apparently, they don't have a borrow in that account. Oh, whatever. That's okay. Let me save me from myself. What are my thoughts on timed exit for momentum day trading? I have a very good thought. Let's assume right now that you bought this yesterday at the close or on the open, and you want this thing to be maximized. So exits for momentum day trading, right? It's all set up right here. It's literally what I was trying to anticipate. A break. So again, if you're long down here and you're trying to maximize your profits, as you should be, we have a test, but not a fail yet. What constitutes a fail for me? A closing candle here. Oh, we got 4 minutes. If this candle closes below that rising SMA, then that is my signal candle to either go short, which is something that's new that I was just trying there. But ideally, this is my profit taking go to signal candle right there. And when I recognize that closed candle and I take my profits, seems like I come back later and I've just kind of really saved myself a lot of anguish, which Ayman Aziz is ideally shorting. So 2 different ways to play the same different setup. Kind of crazy. Try one more thing here. Oh well, I'm not going to worry about that short. Just trying to make a point. You guys watch that webinar and get a feel for how he does it. I was going to try and experiment with a couple little things. So yeah, Keyshawn, that is my go-to exit. Oh, time. Oh, I didn't read your question quickly. What is your thought on timed exits for momentum? No, I don't want to time my exit. I want to try and manage my trade as good as possible. Now, that also means if I was in ATLX, look at this candle up here, how it really started running, big separation from its momentum. A lot of times I'll run up here and take a third off quickly when you get that big extended candle because I can. But when it comes to the remainder, I'm always trying to let a remainder of it run and work for me. And if I'm ready to let that remainder go, that's when it breaks that 10 SMA. That's my signal candle to get out. So I hope that helps, Keyshawn. Market getting any bounce yet? Trying. Let's see. Look at that. These algorithms, they're so cute. You got to love them. Waiting for my crosshairs. Okay, look at that. Yesterday's low was exactly printed. Algorithms love to go and test yesterday's low, maybe even a nickel below, but no surprise. So, I mean, if you're in something and it's failing and you expected it to bounce and you look at yesterday's low, you might as well just expect that the algorithms are going to be in the neighborhood and they're going to knock on the door and, say hi. So you got to just be prepared that once these algorithms get on a roll in a direction, they're likely going to try and exploit the prior day's low or high. It's just what they do. So as far as timed exits go, Keyshawn, I don't know there's no way to really gauge what the sweet spot of a timed exit is. I will say this though, I have a timed exit in my swing trading arsenal, which is a day and a half. A good 1 day push followed by a follow through on the downside after half a day. This ATLX feels like it was about ready to do that. So for momentum day trading, I don't really have a timed exit feel, but for swing trading, holding something overnight, we get follow through the next day. And then we have about a half a day before lunchtime and people start trying to take profits. This AM could be doing that same thing there. Is there any way to scan for stocks where the price is breaking the previous candle's high on an intraday basis? If I was looking at a 5-minute time frame, for instance. Previous candle's high. Well, we have a 5-minute high, Kishore, so that might be the one that you're looking at. Instead of a new high for the day, you can just say new 15-minute high, new 30-minute high, or a new 5-minute high. You could experiment with those. Good. All right. Give me a second here, guys. I'm going to get some more coffee. All right, I'm back. Looks like we're caught up on questions if anybody has any. Patrick. Got out of it yesterday. Can't buy a good entry right now. Yeah, I can't buy. So the idea was to bounce off that 50. Matter of fact, I think I sold it the very first day. I sold it the same day. It literally closed, reversed, giant wick. Seen too much of that, didn't stick around. The trade management, risk management called for not letting it close back below the 50-day. This is kind of what I was talking about earlier for swing traders. You get about a half a day of movement and then everything just falls apart. And it's hard to get any follow through. So it's been a lot of noise. Yeah, that one didn't work. Patrick. All right, what's the market doing? So 50-day moving average also tried to run stops in the S&P's yesterday's lows, and now we're back above those yesterday's lows. So wouldn't be surprised to see the quants and the algorithms, which by the way run 85-90% of the price action out there, and they're always trying to out hump each other. So you just get caught up in the noise. Those alerts would be, I believe, like on the current candle, fixed intervals. Any way to customize the time. Also was in a bar close or a bar alerts interbar. What we can't do is reference the prior bar intraday. That's just something that our architecture can't do. We can reference yesterday's high, yesterday's close. We can reference the pre-market high, the pre-market low. But when it comes into this candle compared to that candle, I mean, we're basically running everything we can at the fastest increment, which is 1% candles. So a lot of times, if you get 5 1-minute candles that make a new high, that might trigger your new high. We just never really know if it's going to come out after a closed candle or during the candle body candle. So that's a tough request to try and always reference the prior intraday 5-minute candle. Or if we could, then we would be doing a lot of those like 60-minute intraday inside candles and outside candles. So it's a tough one. Wish I had a better answer. What did I just do? Okay. LAP heating up. Let's take a look. What was the news that got this thing going? Contract. So they want a contract. It's always nice to know. Satellite, telecom, 200-day moving average is coming into play. Couldn't get above it yesterday. No reason to think it might not have some more sellers at 3.25 again today. But not bad. I mean, it's got a catalyst behind it. You've got this 5-day moving average way below it, trying to hopefully come up and support it. The 10-day moving average is way down here. So there's a lot of give and take up here. But the 200-day moving average is certainly in play there at 3.25. Do you plan on coding for that in the future? Inside candles? I think we can. It comes down to the Market Explorer, which is an in-house tool that Michael Noss has the keys to, and I think he's been working on doing some of that stuff. So I should rephrase it and say currently we don't have a way to do it, but we may be able to in the near future. And you're always welcome to email info@trade-ideas and inquire if the Market Explorer will be able to pick up this type of scan. And, we can send that to him and he can put it in his stack of priorities to work on. Yeah, the inside bar, right, Keyshawn? So, yeah, we're on the same page. I wish we could do that. We just can't, but I think Michael's on to something over there. So we want to ask him what he's got. Do you guys trade off the AI at all? Not much. The AI is something that's really just more for newer traders that just try and show them where some ideas and actions are. At this point, myself and Andy, Jamie, Michael, Chris, Barry, we all kind of know what we're looking for at this point. So we use the stock scanners and our gut feeling and our watch lists and our experience to do what we do. Now, that's not to say I'm not always kind of peeking in just to see what's going on down here. Looks like there's a handful of shorts and longs today, so there's no real bias. But I don't see much on the AI that attracts me because, again, I'm not a day trader. I'm a swing trader. I have my favorite wheelhouse of stocks. I've got my watch lists. If I'm going to day trade, let's put it this way. If I'm going to day trade, I would find more value in the races than I would with the AI. The races are a much newer feature than the AI that was developed, 7 years ago. Skin. Boy, that was something I was in last week. It's been one of those crazy months. So here I am in skin. I'm in the money down here. Loving this. 40% short the float. Let's go. Let's get this thing going. And then somebody decides, no, let's get a Hindenburg or some sort of other short bias blog to come and just destroy it. So I had to get out. Wasn't going to fight that. And as you can see, 3 good days of selling. Then it found close to the 50-day. Now it's starting to bounce again. So the old days of swing trading where these types of setups worked, they worked in a bull market. But I have to remind myself we're in a bear market. And in a bear market, breakouts can fail. And you're better off buying as a swing trader the pullback after 3 or 4 days of pain, letting somebody else take that pain, and then you take it off their hands for them. Because when you're wrong in the breakouts, you're wrong. As opposed to when you're wrong on the pullbacks and the support levels, it's a paper cut versus a bad trade. Okay, any questions? Anybody want to look at any charts? We're caught up. Definitely Keyshawn, info@trade-ideas.com. Message header Market Explorer / inside candles. And that will be a proper inquiry to the proper person. We're good on questions. What happened to that stock I was trying to short? Well, how about that? The golf gods smiled on me. Sometimes The best things are the things you didn't get. It wouldn't have been much. I was just going to try and do something there. But sure, I'll take that missed loss. Sounds like Barry had a really interesting, exciting morning, which is great. Just because I wasn't getting my prices doesn't mean that Barry and other traders are not on the right scent some days. I'm reading something here, guys. Sorry, but feel free to throw a question in there. All right, let's have a little fun and see if these top 10 lists have breached their 10 SMA. Geez, I mean, this one's going higher, but it's doing so under its 10 SMA. That's kind of unusual. ATLX, we just saw, held its 10 SMA right here midday, very solid, but a lot of movement. AMAM, also 5 days of big extended movement, but still for the moment clinging to the ledge on that 10 SMA. Lion pretty much gave it up, pulled back, tested, and then gave it up right there. So that one's lost its momentum in my book. Top momentum still intact. Midday, holding that 10 SMA, very well could move higher. Relative volume is strong. Volume is good. So QT gave a little signal candle there, then popped back into play. Daily charts, not extended the daily charts, beautiful consolidation, as well as note the 2 days testing the 10-day simple moving average, holding that on that time frame, very important. Ooh, Baba didn't do anything. CRVX holding that nice 10 SMA, nice rounded smooth trend higher. All right, guys. Well, do you have any questions, any charts, anything else you want to look at before I have to leave? I did incorporate Barry's do not repeat 10-day breakouts to the upside and the downside. And I had to silence the crash symbols and the pigs. But I have it in my view, do not repeat, where I can just kind of look and see what stocks are in play. So Barry, I have incorporated, because I know you're listening, Barry, I have incorporated your doc scan here on the do not repeats. That's something to watch and keep an eye on. Did Eamon say he will send some of the scans to us? Yes, I heard that. I will actually read the email. Let's see here. Excuse me. Okay, Andrew says, sorry he missed it. He had health issues yesterday. We will email the list and offer our scanners settings so they can use if they want. Now, I don't know if that's going to mean the actual cloud. He might just literally show you screenshots of their settings, which still works. It's not as easy as the cloud, but hey, it still works. You get the gist. So yeah, they're going to send an email out to any. We shared our email list with them, so they will also send out emails of anybody who attended that webinar with their PDF and their trading strategies. You complete them. What you got? What's that mean?
What does that mean? Well, first of all, Steve, I'll put you out of your misery in a second here, but I would have thought you would love the cymbal crash, being a drummer, hear that cymbal over and over again. The pig I
True.
love. The pig I
True.
love because it just tells me this is such a, well, maybe if I had a dog sound, but I just look at the pig being, you know what, just keep shortening, keep shortening, keep shortening. In all honesty though, those two scans over the last 3 weeks to a month have been performing unbelievably well. Not every stock, of course, as you know, no scan is perfect, but we're in earnings season still. And I always talk about the second or third or fourth tier companies that release earnings that nobody knows about, nobody talks about, nobody hears about until they have their day. And that's what's happening. Like a lot of these stocks, you look at them, well, I don't know this stock, but man, look at the move,
Mhm.
And so this week we've got about 600 companies releasing earnings. Next week we've got about 450, and I think after that it's going to really tail off. So I think we have one more good week with that scan. Then after that it'll probably quiet down a bit because, as you know, you get the big moves when there's some kind of a catalyst,
Yep.
and it happens to be earnings, and sometimes it'll be just specifically news, but mainly this is it's an earnings catalyst type scan. I don't put an earnings filter in there, but it just happens to be that when you look at them, most of them happen to be earnings plays.
Well, since these are do not repeats, maybe I'll turn the sounds back on. But I have so many tabs and chats and open
Yeah,
notifications coming at me all day long.
yeah,
It was just too distracting. But I had those on the regular ones, so maybe the do not repeats won't be as bad.
yeah. No, I
We'll
mean,
see.
because even today, there were one, two, three, there's six on the upside on the breakout, and maybe 8 on the downside. So I mean, and they're spaced out, so it's not like you're getting them all at once.
Exactly.
So I'll let you go, my friend. I know you want
Okay.
to
Need a break
take
before the
off.
other meetings.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Thanks, Steve.
Thanks, Barry. Bye.
Bye bye. I'll answer your question in a second, Kishore. Let me get back into the other rooms, get my music going. Okay, I am back in all of the rooms. Okay, so Kishore, yeah, it's not tremendously intuitive, but I'll show you how you can do it. All right. So Kishore asked a question in our YouTube room. How would you modify a watch list or a symbol list? Either add some symbols or take some symbols out. If it's not the my liked. So first of all, can you hear me and can you see what I'm going to do before I start? I'm just waiting for an answer. Yes. Okay. So click on tools. Excuse me. So from our toolbar, click on tools. Oh, you can't see the screen. Okay. Well, you have to jot this down. From the toolbar, click on tools and then symbol lists, tool symbol lists, and then you'll see your symbol list that you created. Highlight whatever one you want by left clicking on it, and then you'll see edit list as one of the options. Okay. So again, tools from our toolbar, tools, symbol lists, left click on the one that you want to modify if you have several, You don't, okay, yeah, and then edit the list. Okay. Yeah, it's not intuitive, but once you do it a few times like I do it every day, so I know what to do every single day. All right, what is happening now? So I have been following the OCEA. I have an alert set actually right up here, OCEA. I have a feeling that if it can take out this high of that 1045 candle, which is looks like it's around 1825, could get going again. Okay, so I have a price alert set there. Now again, just because if I get a price alert doesn't mean I just pile into the trade. I just want to know though if it hits that, and then I can take a look to see, what's happening. Where's it coming from? Is it a decent looking pattern in my opinion? LLAP is on the move again. I see coming right into that 200-day moving average again, 324 LLAP. So at this point, guys, I'm not in anything at all. I've covered all my shoe short. Um, I'm not in anything at all. No shorts available, real, not for me anyway, at Interactive Brokers for LLAP. Yeah, boys, yeah, Shady, take it easy. He's just, as you say, he's just kind of probably looking for something to do. Don't take it too seriously. Wayfair continues just to inch its way down. An all day short, basically. Well, I got 30 minutes of it, but it's basically an all day short. Wow, they lost 5 million customers and 1.3 billion last year. Holy smokes. So they a net loss of 351 million. Okay, so the revenue was 3.1, but for a net loss of 351 million. Wow. Oh, sorry. You're right. Thank you, guys. I forgot to get my screen going again. In Here we go. Sorry about that. Thank you for reminding me. Yeah, no, sorry about that. Thank you, Daniel and Keyshore. Boy, yeah, another one that is just not an earnings play. ATLX, not an earnings play. With lithium, a little bit choppy, but the trend is up. ATLX, the trend is up. I don't know. This is was trading as some other symbol, obviously, before because it says the lifetime range is 70%. So when you look at this, so I don't know what was happening here. You can't even see this. This is a 3-cent stock. No, I mean, I should have flipped the script on that ACVA. I was looking to go long this, of course, on that break. Never really got there, and I just lost sight of it. But this would have been a wonderful short from 1283 down to 12. You know, taking out that VWAP. Room almost impossible to get logged into. What, the main room? Why? What's the problem? Or what was the problem? You're the first to say that today. I'm not saying there isn't an issue, but no, it just seemed you were getting a little testy shady with William, and he was just pulling your leg. So I thought, okay, that's all. That's all. All right. Doesn't look that the OCEA is going to get up to that 18 level. Famous last words. You have to wait till the afternoon. Okay, guys. Now we're getting an hour straight up in the market. And then we have Lunar cratering today. LUNR cratering. We got up to what, $136 yesterday. Okay, guys. Yeah, I do have my sound. I thought maybe I had my sound turned off, but no, getting no new alerts right now. So I'm going to start checking some of these ones on the race and see if there's anything kind of interesting happening. Somebody mentioned Bumble, gave it all up again. The MBL. Yeah, got up to 25.70. It's an earnings play. Total snoozer of a day. I don't know if you're kidding, Denver, or not. I guess it depends what you're watching. You know, one thing to keep an eye on, guys. I mean, these ones bouncers too, but you know, these 10-day daily breakouts and 10-day daily breakdowns, you know, as I said earlier, eventually, you know, a stock will start to not keep going higher. Some of them will be dramatically moved down. So look at the NEO as an example. So, you know, you can start watching these. If you miss the initial thrust, you can start watching them for, you know, well, this is not a pullback anymore. This is a big sell-off, in my opinion, as an example. I mentioned the ACVA, you know, especially if the market's was doing that. Joby's 470, so it hasn't really moved by that much. BHC, let's take a look at BHC, 975. Yeah, I mean, and look at this. 948 is the VWAP, so it's just below the VWAP now. So a lot of these, just because they screamed higher early doesn't mean that they won't eventually fail. FTI 1482, 1440, ENVX. Yeah, I mean, these are great shorts also. So as a watch list, just as a watch list, both ways. Now let's see if these have had it. Now the bounces probably not as much, just because of what the market was doing. But who knows? Maybe in the last hour we've got some bounces in these ones. So let's take a look at. Well, let's start off at the beginning. 3467. So this one has not bounced. This is an earnings play. TDOT was getting hammered all the way at the beginning. Yeah, sort of a bounce, but Bros, $34, down to 32. Not a huge bounce. Houston, HOUS, not really. This is too tied into NVIDIA. Band, let's see if Band bounced. 1871, it got down to $2. I mean, it bounced a little bit. But I would say that the moves down have been more dramatic than the bounces, based on what's happened today. Let's take a look at FPI, 1032. Yeah, it hasn't bounced. And last, Spartan, SPTN, 25. Yeah, not really. I mean, not really a big bounce. So I would say that, probably like most days, guys, stocks that get so parabolic up, even on good days, days in which the market is just ripping higher, you probably have a more success at shorting those tops than trying to find a bounce, in my opinion. Now, this one I think started to fail. No, yeah, it did start to fail. BBWI. So if you weren't here in the pre-market, this was an earnings play, BBWI. It gapped down to 38.50, and it ran all the way up to 44. Look at that. Look at that 930 candle. Basically wiped everything out, and it got positive on that 930 candle. Well, let's see. Excuse me. Let's see if it holds the VWAP, OCEA. VWAP is at 1124, so it's getting closer and closer. Domino's, DPZ, DPZ was an earnings play, perhaps. DPZ. Oh, that's an earnings play. Didn't mention it in the pre-market. Didn't really, well, I shouldn't say that. This is a big gap down. It's just sort of out of the price range I like, but look at that float, 35 million. That's such a low float for a $300 stock. I mean, that's why you can get these wild moves. And I'm hearing my machine gun going off, so that means there's some halt. Oh, that must be the, yeah, forget this one. All right, guys, I think I'll do my video right now. Get that out of the way. Time is it right now? 1:10. Have a marketing meeting at 2, so I'll do my video now. Back around, say, well, I give myself 10 minutes, so back around 1:21. Okay, guys, so I will put myself on mute in the 3 rooms. All right, guys, I'm back. I'm assuming you cannot hear anything outside. The tree pruners are right outside my window, so not the leaf blowers, but the tree pruners. So I'm assuming that noise canceling is still working. I'm just waiting for my upload to finish, guys. Still having that issue. Man. Give me a moment, guys. I just have to wait for this upload to finish of my short video that takes now 5 minutes to upload. Pepe, my IT specialist, could not help me. I thought you'd get a kick out of that, Pepe. Okay, guys, let's see. So keep an eye on the Spartan SPTN. The next low looking left on that weekly chart, I think I said was 20. Yeah, it's about $1 away, 23.96. So it is not, looks like it does not want to push through that VWAP, which is 25.52. That's far enough. That's quite a piece away, though. Okay, finally finished. Okay, let's take a look at MGOL from Real. MGOL, man, real in the room. MGO, wow, talk about, yeah, extended. This is shortable. Yeah, it's shortable for us, Real. I know you know that. Meanwhile, SPTN. Meanwhile, SPTN, guys, is now starting to make another new low. This is an earnings play, of course, a huge move down. Interesting action because I don't even know what that says 7 o'clock our time this morning. And then that was it. And then the market, so it didn't really, I mean, it did gap down a little bit, but only one 15-minute candle, and then the market opened and it just collapsed, SPTN. Definitely liking this one. Big topping tail, not short yet, of course, but I'm actually looking at around local drive in my computer. Oh, I see. That's real, not Pepe. Yeah, so real. Just to let you know, this only started happening on Friday. I've got fiber, so my download is fine, 980. I got a 1 gig of fiber, so 980, and the upload was about the same. All of a sudden on Friday, 980 download, 2 upload. I had the guy come in. He routed around for 3 hours trying to figure out what was going on, tested the routers, everything was fine. Because, he routed it to his own system and, the upload was fine. It's my computer, something going on with my computer. Luckily I only have to do like a 1 minute video once a day. Otherwise, I'd have to do something. Okay, let's take a look at this mogul, MGOL. Thank you for asking. Keeping an eye on this mogul, guys. MGOL looks like it's trying to fizzle out a little bit. No, not fizzling out yet. Not yet. It made a new high. MGOL made a new high. All right, guys, maybe now, 253, 254, bid ask for the MGOL. Big topping tail now. Buyers may be getting exhausted. And of course, the interesting thing is that here's the bottom of that 15-minute candle, 226. So is there news on this one? It's a low float, so you have to be super careful for a million in the float. So you got to be super careful if you're going to short this one. I think 250 gets me in this one on a short, but a fairly tight stop on it. Well, I love the quick questions. You have no idea how many people say, I mean, I'm sure it's from you, Ziggy, it probably will be a quick question, but you mean with a low float? Oh, I'm sorry, that was Ziggy's question. No, because it's a low float, things can happen very rapidly on the upside and the downside because it's a low float. There's not that much. So that's a supply of stock. If all of a sudden the demand dries out, or if all of a sudden the demand comes in, again, because of that float, the stock can go one way or the other. Well, again, for me, anything under 20 million is a low float. For me. Ah. Okay, I got a fill. I did get a fill. 49, 249. Gonna be very careful on it. Okay, just give me a moment here, Ziggy, as I'm, I don't want to get busted on this short of MGOL. Just give me a moment, okay? Come on. Well, I've got a pretty tight stop on it, but I've got my hand on the submit button. Or my mouse right on the submit button. If it gets probably into the mid 50s, I'm out. I can always look at it again. You know what? I didn't even see that though. The VWAP is at 242, so probably should have waited for a VWAP break. Come on, take out the VWAP. 242 is the VWAP. It's at 241, 243 bid ask, 241, 242. What's going on here? Okay, how to get rid of, okay, I'm watching how to get rid of the my liked in your symbol list. I don't think there's a way. Once you heart one stock, remember the my liked is automatically created. So I don't think there's a way to get rid of it as a symbol list. I mean, just give me a moment here, okay, as I'm watching this MGOL. So I don't think you can delete it. I'm not, yeah, I see delete list is not an option. Okay, so you can't delete it. Why do you want to delete it? I mean, it's it's there, but it's Well, I'm in at 249, so I mean, I will, if it gets like a 252 or something like that, I'm out. I mean, I could take a little bit of profit here, but I'm holding out. But there's the VWAP, according to our system anyway, 242. So it got just below it or got right to it. So that might hold it. I should have checked that earlier. Rookie mistake. Cat and mouse, guys, cat and mouse for MGOL right at the VWAP. 242, 242. It's right. Yeah. So Ziggy, you cannot delete the symbol. Yeah. So are you trying to say that you want to delete? Okay, here it is. Tools, symbol list. So here it is, my liked. Okay. You want to get rid of it like as a symbol list that's in your there it is, my like. You want to get rid of it if you don't want to see it as a symbol list or a watch list. Is that what you mean? All right, go MGOL. So I guess you have to then go into your account management. Is that right, Pepe? Okay, you got to go. So you can't do it here. You can't do it in the easy way. So you got to go into your account management. But that means you can actually delete the symbol list. I know you can edit it there. You can, okay. I've just never even, you're the first person that has said, you don't want to see it. Okay, so Ziggy, that's what you do. Go into your account management. You see where you can probably click on Pepe's link, and that allows you to actually delete the list. You just can't do it the quick way right here. And as always, Pepe, other than not being able to help me on my upload, thank you very much. Not bad. You've got you're 99 for 100. Okay, my level here is 226. The low, that's my fantasy area. Oh, my fantasy area would be way down here. But for MGOL, fantasy for me would be 226, which is the low of that 15-minute candle. So I am covering some right here. I'm covering some right here from 249 in case it cannot. So basically at 232 covering some. Just remember, Ziggy, the minute, I guess you don't ever want to use a heart then again, because the minute you click on that heart, the symbol list, will populate and move over. Wow. Well, thanks to Real for pointing it out, number one. Okay, that's number one. You pointed it out. Trying to see if it showed up anywhere for me. And it must have shown up somewhere for me, but I wasn't aware of it. So thank you, Real, for pointing it out. Beginner's luck. Got to point this out to the guys. Just give me a moment here. Okay, guys, let's see what else is happening. Alps. What happened with Alps after it resumed? Ooh, no good. Okay, guys. So what time is it? 1:41. So in about 20 minutes, I'll be in this marketing meeting. So I'll just waiting to see if the MGOL can get into my true fantasy area, which is down here. Almost did 218, but that is a great percentage move. Mike, the true, right down here, 191, right at the bottom of the move. That would be the true fantasy area. Look at the market, guys. Market is coming back. We had an hour. Now we're starting to get another green candle. NVIDIA through the VWAP on the way up or the way down? Obviously on the way up, yeah, there's the VWAP, 234.60, 235.80. So yeah, through the VWAP into the more expensive ones. Some big price targets put on this one, starting with Goldman at 270. Then we've got, I think, was it Jeffries at 300? So some big price targets put on NVIDIA, NVDA. Okay, Bumble's through the BMBL is through the VWAP now. 2482 is the VWAP, 2493, so it's a little bit above it. If this takes out 25, it could have another little bit of a run in it. The highs were 25 up to 2573. Market, you're getting some market help. And it is an earnings play, so you know it will be active, for the balance of the day. Yeah, that 200-day moving average is far enough away, in my opinion, for Bumble. You know what I haven't looked at for a long time is DWAC. What it's doing. Ooh, ugly. Okay. Doesn't trade anymore. 118,000. Okay, guys, that's it for me and Moggle. Don't have any more. Covered everything now. Okay, no huge bounce in W yet. I mean, it did bounce a dollar, but still basically down all day for Wayfair W. Be interesting to see what it does tomorrow. See, this one is, this looks like it could be shortable too. The problem is that, there's not as much room. Say the MGOL had way more room underneath. And that's the USX I'm talking about, USX. You know what's basing here is OCEA. It's kind of just basing here. I'm going to say it. What am I going to say, PJ? Is it PJ? Who? What am I going to say? Maybe PJ's not here anymore. Nope, nope, Sarah, no. What I was gonna say is this is not gonna stay here all day. Okay, it's not gonna stay here. It's gonna go one way or the other. Yeah, I'm talking about the OCEA. It's just there's no way it's just gonna hang here and flatline for the rest of the day. No way. No, Michael, I did not buy SPTN. Yeah, it came back from, you know what? I mean, it's just over the VWAP now, 25.50. So it's just over the VWAP right now. I've been reluctant to take anything on bounces today. I know the market is starting to move, so this might, might make this bounce. But remember, it's down. It is down for the day. It's an earnings play. I don't have the faith. The market is still down. Yes, it's starting to rally. I don't have the faith in the bounces today, not much. I would much rather take a look at shorting tops. Yeah, but Spartan is not in the queues. I wouldn't think anyway, not based on their what they do. It doesn't look like a tech stock. But anyway, yeah, you're right. Nas briefly is positive. Dow is still down, and the SPY is. I mean, I call this flat. I mean, the SPY is basically flat. Nas is basically flat. Keep an eye on this BBWI to see it's basing here a little bit. Another one that's just sort of sitting on the VWAP a little bit, about 40 cents above the VWAP. I know our line is here. That's probably because I've got pre-market data. Um, all right, guys. Well, 1, 2, 3, 4, brief blip, 5, 6, 7. So we're almost a couple of hours in rally mode here. Almost a couple of hours. So you know what? Maybe some of these bounces will work a little bit better if the market keeps doing this. Another one, IoT, breaking above the VWAP 1602 is the, again, I guess because I'm using pre-market data. Okay, guys, I'm going to put my announcement in. I'm not on mute quite yet, but on mute in a meeting. ETAO, saw this one. Ugly. Look how ugly this is on a 15-minute chart. ETAO, topping tails, bottoming tails. We don't have any float information on this one whatsoever. I guess this, well, I guess it's only started trading as ETAO a couple of days ago. Okay, so this was a SPAC, one of the Mountain Crest ones. So it was a SPAC. So you know what? I mean, some of these SPACs have really taken off. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to stick an alert up here at the high of the day. May not happen today, but some of these SPACs now have really taken off. Of course, it depends what they do. Health and welfare funds, provision of telemedicine, hospital care, primary care, pharmacy, and health insurance. Okay, I'm not sure if that's going to be cool or not, but there's no harm in putting a price alert at the high of today and see if it takes it out number one today or the next day, Friday, or sometime next week. Hmm. Okay, guys, put myself on mute now. All right, guys, sorry about that. That was a long meeting. Um, FSTX, I'm in a short on this one right now, okay? Want to see what happens with this FSTX. Kind of bucking the market right here. So let's see what happens, but I am in a short of FSTX. I think I mentioned, put it in the room as worth watching. I'm in at 555, so this is going to be a late day short. Well, it is a late day short for me. And see what happens. See if it can kind of move its way down. The VWAP is at 510. 200-day is at 534. So that may stall it for a bit, but excuse me, we'll see. So that is what I'm doing right now, FSTX. And let's see, not much, boy, this ATLX, this has been a real star. Man, oh man, I know somebody said it's a good thing we didn't have shorts for the, oh, no, I'm sorry, it has not changed. ATLX, it hasn't changed in Interactive Brokers. Yeah, there are no shorts available for me anyway for on ATLX. What was the one? I can't even remember. Well, I know what I could do. Just check my price alerts. Okay, yeah. So this is So this is a SPAC that became ATAO. I have a price alert set up here around the 569 mark. And we'll see what happens, maybe not necessarily tomorrow, but maybe next week, because I'm starting to see some of these SPACs are starting to take off. Not all of them, of course, but some of them are really starting to take off. And when they take off, they really take off. Okay, guys, give me one moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, so it is now 3 o'clock, so I typically put myself on mute until about 3:20. I'm here. You have any questions, please fire away. Oops, gotta get a bigger font. Come on. Yeah, I see that, Pepe. I actually went to the and it told me that previous upgrade or updates or going back was not available to me. Okay. Let me just show you what I found. Yeah, I tried that and it said I couldn't go back for some reason. Now maybe there's another way to do it, but why do we use 4 minutes? No special reason. I hit on 4 minutes when the idea of races came to fruition within Trade Ideas several months ago, and I've just sort of stuck with it, Stan. There's no, I mean, yeah, it's sort of an oddball. I mean, probably 5 minutes. People would use 5 minutes or maybe even 2 minutes or 10. I don't know why. I just stuck with four. There's no other reason. There's no it's not like I've been back tested. You can't back test this really, but there's no scientific reason for my using a 4 minute race. I just chose four. I like the number four, so I just started using 4 minute races. That's all. However, I will take a look at that. Thank you, Pepe, in terms of, okay, I will save that one. Thank you. If real we're still around, he probably would have taken the W. The W finally did get over 36. Got over 36. He was talking about this area right here, 36, and I think 36, 35. I think that's what he was talking about. And sure enough, it did. I do get a list, Pepe, and it says, oh, uninstall updates. I can't remember. All I can remember is wanting to go back to a previous update, and it said it was not permitted. It was grayed out, said not permitted. You know what? Who knows? Maybe the next update, and I shouldn't be cheering on a Windows update. Maybe the next one will miraculously fix it. Again, it's not the end of the world. I only have one video, less than a minute, to upload every day. So it's not like it's if I had to do it, if I had like a 5-minute video, several of them a day, no, I would have to do something. No, it should not be that way. It shouldn't be, but I don't know enough about it to understand why. And neither was, a pretty expert tech from from the people who give me fiber, and he spent a lot of time, and he actually he said it's the first time he's ever seen that. and they did a search in their database to see if any other customers had that, and I was the only one. So, all right, well, this FSTX, well, again, I'm in at 555, so I'm going to give it just a little bit longer. I might just wanting to see if it's going to have any sort of a real move below five. I wish 550. You can always request it, Ziggy, in order to go back one version. I don't know. Pepe's always got different versions for you, but you can always request it, I suppose, to go back a version. Running down, HFRO, HFRO. Wow, is it ever running down? HFRO, not an earnings play. One of these high income funds, another one of these funds that we see every now and then. Lunar is 7.72. Yeah, but William, it was $130 yesterday. How can that possibly be? Wow. I mean, it's nonsense. I mean, everybody has to realize that these stocks that go up like this, I mean, it is utter nonsense. But what happens is, traders around the world just pile into it, and you have to step aside if you're trying to, well, first of all, yeah, there were no shorts available for me either, which is a great thing. But this is really, really starting to give it up now, as will OCEA. It already is, but you know what? Take a look at Lunar just for fun here. LUNR. Let's take a look at it for fun. So yeah, so on this day, on the 16th, when it had that first really, really big pop, it did not really trade off that much. I mean, it got as high, well, I shouldn't say that. Well, it got as high as 51, and it closed at 44, okay? 44.77. So, I mean, it wasn't like a huge sell-off, and then it kind of based a bit, and then of course we had the huge day yesterday. So I'm not saying the same is going to happen with OCEA, but because the issue with it right now is you've got a big sell-off. That's not the same as Lunar. Lunar did not have that big, big topping tail on that day where it had to run to 50, but this has got a huge, huge topping tail now. So there is a difference. You remember Lunar, yeah, of course, Shady, because as I recall, you took that, I think, around $33. Now, I know you didn't ride it all the way up to 130, but I think you took that around $33, right? So Pete, when you say you lost a bunch on Tuesday, I know the trader of the week was PSTX, and I know it triggered at, what was the trigger, 7 or something? But you had to stop, right? I always wonder when somebody says they lost a bunch, was the bunch more than you had planned? Because if it was more than you had planned, then I guess you didn't put the stop in correctly, or you didn't put the stop in correctly. Yeah, AM is halted. Now, is that on the way up or on the way down? Whoa, on the way up. See, this has had a nice, I mean, really, some topping tails and some bottoming tails, but man, oh man, I mean, since 143, I mean, we're only talking last week, yeah, the 13th. Let's go Valentine's Day. So Valentine's Day, this was a $1.50 stock. And this is a day so far with no big topping tail for AM. Now, will it hold these gains or will it sell off and give us that big topping tail again? Okay, but don't do that again. Don't do that again, Pete. No revenge trading. Have a stop. Obey your stop. Yeah, late day halt. Late day halt for volatility for AM. And let's take a look at where it could open. No real clue. 695. Well, I mean, that's a big spread. Halted at 695. Okay, guys, if there are no more questions, I'll stick around if there are questions, but if there are no more questions, I think I'll wrap this up. And quite a day with the OCEA and then lots of other ones from, I can't wait for tomorrow to see what we get here. and the 10-day daily breakout and down. So if there are no more questions, I'm going to shut the room down. Moment. All right, guys. Well, as always, thanks a lot for all the help today. I'll open the room tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern Time. Usually earlier, but no later than 8 o'clock Eastern Time. So have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. And now for you YouTubers who are still hanging around. Same for you. I'll open the room tomorrow. Have a great evening. We'll see you tomorrow.